Yeah, okay, I just realized that the time is messed up. And that's what I get when I work all the way to 3 a.m. and then make the stream for the next day, for the next week. The last time I put it on the wrong day, this time I put it on the wrong AM, PM. Let's see how I can screw it up some more next week. But anyways, today I'll mostly be doing what's the word? So we're getting into basically trying to stabilize style. So based on all the stuff that I said last time, we will be doing some style improvements for the majority of the first half of the year, I imagine. And then afterwards, we'll do some more stuff. We'll go back to the usual stuff. And I have a few things I plan to talk about today. So today might be a bit dry, but I kind of have to do it because it sets up the... Oh, what's the word? It sets up for the next few months. So I kind of have to document why I'm doing this or how I'm going about this. So that in the future, when I look back, I can sort of see what's going through my head and if I mess anything up. So we're basically, I'm just going to make a note of what we'll be doing today. So I want to start off with just so yapping about styles and just art in general. And then after that, I kind of want to get into the Arknights live stream, which I completely did not realize that it was today. It's kind of funny because 1 year ago I was actually at the event, and 1 year later I completely forgot about it even existing, and only just realizing that there's something going on. And specifically, there is a time lapse of Nami and Alchemaniac drawing, so I just kind of want to go through that on stream. Alchemaniac, like this. And then after that, we can maybe do some studies. So the studies for now is going to be focused on hair. Oops. And we basically go through a couple of artists. I don't know if I can go through all of them today. And in fact, this part is kind of the part that is a little bit messy because I have never done anything like, say, style development. 1, 2, 3, 4. So there's gonna be a few things that we're trying to get through today. Hopefully, we can get through most of it. Once again, I apologize for setting the time wrongly. Also, okay, anyways, that's probably not too important. I'm still trying to improve the stream overall, but that's probably gonna come later. Anyways, let's get into this so we can move on to the other stuff. I'm gonna talk about how I think about art real quick, just so it can help frame why the next few months I'm going to be trying to do the stuff that I'm going to be doing. And I don't know if it's going to be helpful to anyone, but in line with the whole purpose of me creating this channel was that I wanted to help people like myself back maybe 10 years ago. And 10 years ago, I think it would have been really helpful for me to know these things. So I guess I would just talk about it, but it's going to be pretty dry because it's very text heavy. So how should I do this? Because I have a text document here. You know what? Let's just do the text document directly here. Let me bring up Notepad. Just 1 second here. Actually, how should I do this? Maybe I can do it like this. Okay, this is good. At least I can draw on it like this. So let me make a folder here. Let me get my model. Let me get my tablet set up here. A little bit unprepared today. Quite a bit unprepared today. You're gonna see the very raw side of me doing stuff, which is kind of why I wanted to make the stream in the first place, is so that I don't have to make everything look nice and pretty. But okay, let's start with this. So what I'm about to talk about is kind of how I view art. And so in general, I feel like if you want to make art, so let's say you want to make a piece of illustration, right? If the illustration is like kind of like a house, let's say you're trying to build like a house, hold up like a roof, and it's called illustration. I feel like in order to hold it up, you have all these pillars, and these are the pillars that are basically listed in this list here. So you kind of have your composition, your perspective, right? You have your understanding of form and all that. And each one of this is required in order to make the illustration stand up and become a complete piece of illustration that is able to present some idea that is going to be readable in general. So I'll just briefly go through each one of this and what they mean so that it's on record. If I mess anything up, it's on record. So in the future, I can improve. So basically, composition is probably where I'll start. You come up with the idea, right? Composition is about the idea. Is there any theme that you want to display, portray in this piece of illustration? What's the objective for the illustration? If you're just trying to make fan art or if you're trying to make key visuals, that kind of stuff like that. Character placement is just where the character stands in the thing. You may have like a character close up here, and then you have a couple characters in the back, that kind of stuff. And of course, the posing and all that is all over here. And also, there's different kinds of stuff. You can be cute focus, you can be fan art focus, or you can be cool, maybe a battle scene, that kind of stuff. Prop placement may be stuff like maybe there's like a chair here or something, some kind of sofa. And then you have your value composition, you have your color balance, and all of these things. I'll show some examples later. I just want to quickly go through this. Line of sight is kind of like, you know how people talk about how you're guiding the person who's looking at the picture, you're guiding them how they're going to look through the image. Maybe you start from the biggest thing to the smallest thing and to some other smaller detail. Maybe there's like a dog here or something. Something like that. Perspective is to help everything be grounded. So you have perspective in order to keep everything in the scene grounded in 3D space. Understanding of form. And all of these things, I think, a bit more self-explanatory. All of these things are required for you to render the piece of illustration. So you need to know the shape of it and of like anatomy. So I split between like living beings anatomy and also just objects like props. And then you have stuff like materials. So how shiny is it? Is it going to be fully reflective, or is it going to be matted? Textures of the material, is there going to be texture representation? Understanding of light would be stuff like what kind of color is this object going to be, if it's in some kind of a scene with some kind of a colored light. And maybe the platform itself is like green, or maybe like this is like blue or something. So everything gets kind of messed up depending on what color everything is. So that's kind of how I view illustration is. This entire nonsense of building a house with pillars. And I have a corresponding stuff for design, but I don't think I'll go into it because it's not very relevant. Maybe we'll talk about this later down the line when we eventually start doing some character design. By the way, just to full disclosure, I have no experience in doing design or teaching or anything like that. Right now, it's just all of the thoughts that I had from the past few years of just drawing by myself here. And so the important thing, so the reason why I'm talking about this is because I kind of need to set this model up so that this workflow here makes sense in a bit. So, right, once again, illustration is held up by all these pillars, and each of these pillars are basically a specific skill. And in order to polish the skills, you kind of have to do lots and lots of drawing. And then let me grab this. Oops. Alright, so when you're drawing, this is kind of like you. And then you have your own sort of experience. And then you have your references. And you're taking these through your brain and then combining with your ideas. You're coming out with a piece of illustration, right? So this is what happens when you're drawing here. But if you're only ever outputting and you're never doing any feedback, you cannot improve on this part. And this part is here, that the part that we want to improve. And this part is basically all of these skills here. And so what you could do is that after you're done drawing, you can do sort of a feedback into this specific area here. And this feedback is you either do it by yourself, by you just looking at comparing to maybe some kind of reference, or maybe you're comparing to some of your ideas and seeing how well you have executed it. But one way or another, you're going to get feedback in, to feed into your own experience. So this is either self, or you can get someone else to do it, and that would be criticism, right? That would be critique. And whether if you're willing to accept that or not, you know, how useful that is, that's completely separate. But the whole point is that you need some kind of feedback that goes back in. And if your illustration here is some kind of a very generic illustration, say for example, it has a background, it has a character, maybe it has like 2 characters, and then maybe it has like a specific theme, maybe it's like a night scene or something like that, right? So given that this illustration is of these themes, when you do your feedback, you're going to feedback directly into the relevant areas, which in this case, maybe composition, maybe perspective, you know, maybe your posing, maybe your how well you're presenting your storytelling, maybe there's some storytelling elements, and depending on the clothing and depending on the lighting, you have feedback into each one of these things. And this will bring each level up, right? So bit by bit, it will bring it up. But this is a lot slower compared to if you just focus on one area. So that's where the studies come in. So studies are basically going to be one specific area, and you're basically spamming this loop as fast as possible, and that's kind of why we're doing here. And obviously, I don't think this is like very obscure knowledge. I think everyone knows this. I'm mostly reiterating once again for the purpose of keeping a record of showing my level of understanding, whether if it's accurate or inaccurate. That's kind of how it is. So in this case here, you're only taking reference and your own experience. Well, mostly reference, to be honest. But you might also want to put in some of your own experience, and you come up with a piece of study. And this time when you do your feedback, you're targeting a very specific area in this. And the bonus is that because it is a study of something, this feedback is a bit easier to do since it's not as subjective. Because most of the time you're doing a 100% replication. You're trying to replicate the reference. So just by comparing, you can get the thing out pretty easily. And that brings us to kind of the goal that I have here. And so I have an ultimate goal here of why I'm drawing. And this goal has kind of always been the guiding principle, although I've always sort of skirted around it because I've been kind of afraid of messing up. But that aside, my ultimate goal is up here. I want to create a world that my characters can exist in, right? And in order to do that, there's going to be a lot of elements. It's going to be 2D, there's going to be 3D, it's going to be storytelling, maybe music creation in the future, but that's way down the line. But this is kind of the steps that I've kind of identified that I require. And I've already briefly mentioned this last time too, so I don't want to spend too much time here. But we definitely need to build some kind of a community. And, well, you know, to present the idea, and also just to find people who are similar. So this is about finding people who are like-minded. Because that's more fun to do with more people. Anyway, it's not very important. And in order to do it, I realized that I kind of need to have consistent style, consistent theming, and consistent frequency. Hello there, Kiki. And in order to achieve this, I kind of need like a stable set of skills. How do I say this? A consistent workflow, a consistent style, that kind of stuff like that. So that's goal number 1 here, right? And then in order to do that, I'm sort of using targeted studies and practice, and the reason why we're doing it is as mentioned before. And this is kind of the roadmap for 2025. So starting today, I want to go through 3 separate sections. So we have one section here. So we have section 1 here, and section 2 here, and section 3 here. And section 1 is basically the style improvement stuff. So we're going to start off with just in general rendering. I don't think I have a very good understanding of form, but I feel like a lot of times you can sort of mess around with the forms, and if you just get the general gist of it, fine, it's okay. So I just named it as forms here, as rendering here, sorry. So, but in each separate action here, we might be looking at more form or more rendering or some other aspect of it. So it depends on, you know, the references that I find and the direction that I want to go into, which I do not yet know that well. which I'll show you guys what kind of work I've done for that as well. But so this is kind of the general idea. We're gonna go through character stuff first. So hair, head and face proportions, your eye rendering and design. I've kind of been inconsistent with this as well. Body form anatomy, I wouldn't get too deep into this. The main reason why is because nowadays there's so many good 3D resources that if you spend too much time doing anatomy and stuff like that, you probably want to spend it somewhere else, you know, maybe in the background, maybe in the technicals, maybe in doing composition, stuff that actually helps storytelling. And then clothing, I think this part is like the bane of everybody's existence, like trying to render clothing in a way that looks aesthetically pleasing but also realistically and efficiently, you know, stuff like that. And other materials, this part is especially important for like Arknights E2 stuff. A lot of fire, a lot of metals, a lot of different materials, and eventually it will feed into character design here as well. And this part is also kind of driving me crazy for like the past few years because I always see people painting with so many colors and I have no idea what's happening. So we'll build out like a solid workflow here, and then we'll try to put more colors in there, and then we'll take that workflow and then we'll send it through basically a lot of different characters and a lot of different lighting and materials, and hopefully drill down, distill out the essence that is required. And then after that, we do some VTuber stuff. And as mentioned before, this is mostly just to, well, what's the word? Get an idea of how, you know, the industry is like, because you have to draw your characters with all the different layers. Yeah, this is a pretty long plan. This is the entirety of 2025. And yeah, so going back to this, you have your rigging, right? Because rigging needs all the different pieces on different parts. I don't know what I'm trying to draw here, but your eyes will have to be on different parts. Your eyelids with the iris itself, everything is kind of separate. And I just kind of want to get an idea of how that's gonna feel like. Because if we are ever gonna get into doing character design, we might as well get into like VTuber design, that kind of stuff like that. And getting an idea now would be beneficial. Basically, that's what this is. And also we're streaming anyway, so might as well use it. And then finally, for the end of the year, we kind of want to push limits again. So that's kind of the original work of this channel, is that we're trying to push technically. We're trying to find out different ways of rendering new things. But I want to get into 3D specifically. So we're going to make a simple scene, and then we're going to try to replicate the Lone Trails poster. The one with the tunnel. Not the tunnel, but like the space station, where the scene sort of goes like this. I guess I'm not drawing this very neatly, but I don't know if you're getting the idea, but kind of like that. And then there's like a door here or something. That's kind of how I vaguely remember this. And then this is like space. Something. Anyways, that's kind of the entire 2025 roadmap here. So today is kind of the beginning. So we're kind of over here, except that there's one very important part that I haven't worked out yet. Is that what is the criteria for moving on to each subsequent, you know, spot in the roadmap? Because we can't spend a lot of time here or we'll never finish. But if we spend too little time, then we're also not really doing anything. So I haven't worked out what the criteria is. Yeah, no, today we'll hopefully get into working, like doing some actual studying, because I don't want to just be talking. And also I do have to figure it out, so that's gonna take some trial and error. But in any case, that's kind of the overall idea here. And in order to start us off, I have done some work already, so I'm gonna show some of that right now. And the first thing here is this very exciting looking spreadsheet. It's not very exciting, but so I have a problem, right? Throughout the years, I have looked at a lot of different artists, and I can never figure out what artists I really like. So my original idea was to go through my 5 years worth of Twitter bookmarks and figure out like what I like. You know, do I like the hair of this artist? Do I like the body proportions? Do I like the skin rendering? That kind of stuff. And you notice that each one of this links back to the original roadmap here. But I thought that before I do the details here, I wanted to figure out what kind of general direction that I want to go into, right? Because every artist have a different style. And I think we should start from the general idea first. So I went through about, I don't know, 2,000-3,000 images. I'm not sure how many, which is why I couldn't figure out the thumbnail this week. is because I spend most of the time in my Twitter, but I've distilled out to be about like 120 different artists here. And each one of these artists, like for example, this person, I have the link here, and I have a specific image that I have in mind. And based on this image, I'm asking myself, what do I like about this artist? Do I like the composition? Do I like the color balance? Do I like the values? You know, everything like that. And I was going to make it more detailed, and I realized that I wasn't able to be that objective. Because as a human, you look at a piece of image, it's really hard to be like, oh, I really like the way that they just did the reflection on the plane and nothing else is in your mind. That's just kind of impossible. So I thought that instead of doing that, I'm just going to mark it on 3 scales here. We have the checks out, baby. We have woohoo, and we have hell yeah, brother. And the target here is empty because this is going to be what we are trying to go towards, and I haven't figured it out yet. But the 100 something images here, right? We have 100 something images here. I have managed to moved it into this, and I do not know how to get this to full screen properly. So I'm just gonna kind of do it manually here. And this is all 100 something of them. So I basically took a screenshot of each one of them with the name and the specific image that I had in mind. And I sort of classified them into this, I don't know what you call this, abomination of basically saying how much do I like the image, with this side being not as much, but they'll be useful references, they'll be useful for idea generation, stuff like that. Still good for studying, you know. And on this side is the stuff that I really like, and you can still tell that over half of them I still cannot really figure out what is it I really like. But I know for a fact that there are some artists in my heart that is considered like super god tier, even a bit above like all the studying that we have done so far. So above Min, above Luduk, above who else did I do? Shit, I can't remember. Anyways, you get the idea. Like this side, I haven't even got into it yet because it's just too daunting. Like for example, this specific piece here is kind of cut off, so it's not really doing it justice. Let me see if we can find a full image here. And yep, right here. Right, so the full image looks kind of like this. And there's just too many elements to it. Like, I've wanted to do a study of this, but I don't know where to start. Because there is a lot of overall adjustments that happens. Some blurring effect. And all the different colors that's in here, like the pink, the subtle pink, the yellow. And even all the edges of these. So it was just too overwhelming. And anyways, that's not too important. But on this side, we have basically artists that are insanely appealing to me, and this is the direction I kind of want to go in. And I'm still working out exactly where I'm trying to get to. But I know for a fact that we want to combine 2D and 3D, and we don't just want to draw characters. So for example, over here, eventually, hopefully, near the end of the year, we can create something similar to this level, which is you have a 3D background, and you have character elements in there, and you're trying to tell some story with some kind of theme. That's the basic gist. And so I'm trying to work out the target here, as you can tell. But the other side of the equation is trying to work out where I am right now. And that's a little bit harder as well, because if you look at my Pixiv, it is basically a mess of lots and lots of different styles. Let me see if I can find... let me bring this over here. And let me adjust for the scale here, normalize for size. And then let's see, images, arrange, optimal. It should probably be arranged by time actually, so we can get an idea of how things have changed. And I'm seeing you can remember the order. I don't remember it so much, but a lot of it is very recent. So I think Liduk happened before, right? Actually not very important. Kind of like this. And these are all the later ones. So my problem is that I don't have a fixed style, and I don't have a fixed workflow, and that's kind of why we're here to try to fix. But in terms of at least for the first initial beginnings, I think hair rendering has always been kind of like a pain point, because I don't really know exactly how to render hair. Sometimes I just leave it empty. I'm trying to cut out the nudity behind, but sometimes it gets a little bit more detailed, but it's still kind of flat in general, because if you look at the line art here, it's just a single set of lines. And then if you compare it to like some of the references that we have here, there's a lot of overlaying, especially people like Min or Iris over here. Maybe it could just be the hairstyle, but I kind of want to increase the complexity, so that's kind of where we're gonna start. And yeah, and then over time, I'm hoping that we sort of figure out what the condition is for a complete section. So like I mentioned before, I don't know what the condition is for moving on from hair, for example. Maybe I'll feel better, but that's not very objective. So we'll figure that out as we go, essentially, is what I'm trying to say. And let me see. So that's basically kind of all the stuff I want to talk about. I just want to get these things out of the way here. Because I will maybe briefly mention the roadmap for subsequent streams, but I will probably never go in depth into all the other stuff that I talked about today. Eventually, hopefully, you know, down the line, things works out and then we can make a video about this, but that is very down the line. So that's kind of that for like the first point. So where's my nonsense here? It's very messy. Hey, thank you. Rotten Donuts. Have you... I feel like I've seen your name here before. So this is done. This is it's out of the way. Next, we kind of want to... Yeah, like laying out what I kind of work. This is also the first time that I'm doing this, by the way. Like, it's kind of interesting. Like, if you're making a video, you want to make it look really neat and nice. So you do a lot of behind the scenes, and then you do editing and that kind of stuff like that. Streaming is just kind of the opposite. But at the same time, it forces me to be a lot more structured than I would be compared to making videos. Because making videos is behind the scenes. No one sees the process. No one sees what I'm doing. But on stream, I'm trying to keep things clean. I'm trying to keep things organized. So it forces me to be extremely tight with what I'm doing. Well, as much as I can anyway. Sorry, this is not what I meant to do. You stream late at night for me, so I'm sorry. Yeah, all my streams, unfortunately, I kind of have to stream at this time, simply because this is the only time that's free for me. I'm trying to free up more time to do it, but it will still be late at night for you, because it's gonna have to be for late at night for me as well. But I keep things archived, so it's just unlisted. So if you look into the description of this video, you will see the what should we call it, the link to the playlist. And hopefully, you know, that's good enough, at least for the meantime. Yeah, thanks for coming and letting me know. The second thing I kind of want to do is, and my music just happened to end, which is very nice timing, is that there's an Arknights live stream, because the 5th anniversary event is now happening in Japan at what's that thing called? Big Sight. Yes, I was there last year, and I have Alter Photon Thorn Alter. What is ZS? I'm not sure what ZS is. I'll take a look into that in a bit. So, because after this stream, it's going to be open-ended. We're just going to be doing whatever that we're going to be doing. Most likely some kind of study. But let's take a look at the... I'm hoping that I don't get copy strike for this. I don't know. So if I die all of a sudden, it's just because copy strike. And then we'll come back and pretend nothing happened. But in the beginning of the stream, there is a time-lapse of Nami and Alchemaniac doing kind of like a collab drawing, because they're drawing separately, but they're putting it together into the same piece at the end. And I just want to take a look together, because I thought it was interesting. Nami actually did like a how to draw series for Pixiv, I think, but it was a one-time event and it wasn't archived. I was there and I fell asleep. So I have no idea. Anyways, it looks like we're just starting off with the sketching. So I took a brief look at this just to see what I could talk about, but I'm guessing that they did a lot of background work for this, stuff like color roughs and compositions, because obviously you cannot just collab with someone by just starting with sketching like this into final line art. But as you see later, like the way they put in colors is interesting. But it's always like right all the way to the spot. Like I don't know how to say it. It's always just correct right from the beginning. So there must have been a lot of background work done. And you can really see the difference in the style, right? Like the amount of what was the word? Like how much they want to clean up the line art, or how clean the lines are. And this looks like the hair is already getting colored in by Alchemaniac or something. It'd be funny if you get caught by the copyright for music. Oh, I realized that I messed up my source. Oops, oh, my bad. Get rid of the source. That's not accurate. Man, look at how fat Alchemaniac is. What the heck? Yeah, like I feel like the main thing holding me back right now is because of my heavy reliance on lines. I really need to clean up the lines and clean up all the forms before I start putting in colors. Like being able to like juggle the colors, juggle all the shadows and the lighting and all the Terminator colors, all the additional colors while keeping the form correct. That is like too much information for me. Yeah, up till now, yeah, very close workflow to Nami, I think. Also, I'm very interested in why like these two in particular always seems to be doing stuff for the anniversary. Like back when I was back when it was a 4th anniversary too, it was I think it was Alchemania doing like a signing special. You had to get like a early purchase ticket. It was like, how much was it? It was really expensive if I remember. But it was like instantly sold out, obviously. And during the day itself, you could like, I think you could meet them. I think there was like a special room set up. It's just like cardboard, but it's like fenced off, and you can only go in during the event period, and if you have the correct tickets. Oh, but it's kind of interesting. Like even for Alchemaniac here, like even though they're putting in colors straight away, it's like one color at a time. You know, like I see some other people, they put in base colors and then they airbrush, huge airbrush with like lots of different lighting, lots of different colors, and then they pick colors and paint from there. But over here, like Alchemaniac is working with singular colors. Oh, and then I wonder what that was with the. Oh, okay. So Nami is just putting in lighting with Multiply. Multiply is kind of interesting. It's very useful for different areas with different colors, but I always wonder if it makes sense, you know, theoretically, to use the same Multiply layer to adjust, you know, to put in the shadow color for every single different color. Wouldn't there be minor variations and stuff like that? Who was the there was an artist, I forgot what the name was, who had a very interesting workflow where they would do a layer of screen to put in lighting, but then they would go in and then split the screen layer into different layers again based on the different parts that is affecting. Yeah, so the multiply layer, I tend to sometimes I would use it just to set the overall tone of the image. So I would use it to tone down all the colors to set the shadows, but then I would pick that color, turn off the multiply layer, go to that part, make a new layer for that part, and paint on top using that new color. I think, yeah, like sometimes I feel like multiply layer is very useful, but I'm very, very afraid that if you have a lot of those layers, it make work really difficult. So I try to keep my layers as like on normal as much as possible until near the end, where you have lots and lots and lots of adjustments and you just kind of spam. Anyways, even up till now, Nami is kind of So there's the multiply layer for the lighting, and then there's like form shadows, I imagine, is what the other shadows are. And then now it's like what? Kinda... kind of more shadow definition, I suppose. Yeah, avoid filters until the end, yeah. I think that makes sense. I kind of wonder how long they take to do this. I don't think it'd be that long. This is where all the colors go. It looks like overlay, perhaps. The way it's affecting all the different parts. And it was really quick, but I didn't see any specific patterns that Nami used to put in the additional colors. It seems to just be like, purple here and blue here. It's interesting, like compared to Nami, like Alchemania, I guess, a lot more focused on the number of colors is a lot less. And now it's just cleanup. So maybe they put in more colors using adjustment layers at the end then. Actually, come to think of it, did Nami paint over after the overlay layers? Oh, more details now. I might go back just to double check some stuff later, but kind of want to let this play out by itself here. Yeah, and then this part was interesting. I wonder who's drawing this part when when it merges together. Who gets to take control? Probably Alchemaniac, I suppose, because he's the one that's adjusting the colors right now. And then the background goes in. So I'm very happy to see that the stream is still online. We're still not taken down for some reason or another. And I guess that's the end. Oh, and this part is interesting. This part that you just spam like adjustment layers non-stop here, trying to pull everything together here at the end. It gets really blue, like this is really blue. And then they get to sign. Oh my god. Yeah, it's interesting. Very curious why these two always seems to be together. Maybe they like are really close in real life. They were both invited to the office at some point in time, I think, right? Based on their Twitter posts, anyways. Kind of want to double check the colors that Nami is using. Like at this point, it's already a lot of colors. Some of it, I guess, is just painted in manually. Like even this right here, this multiply layer, the choice of it is not something I would even do. Like I would not consider using yellow or green in like an image that has so much blue. Something I gotta work on. That's the industry standard gradient for the hair around the face. Like, also, this part is kind of interesting. Like, at the Terminator, there's like a darker shadow. From what I understand, it's not like there's a darker shadow there. It's like this part is, and this entire part is meant to be that dark, but this part has like reflected light from some other surface. That's why that ends up being something like that. If you draw like a sphere. So I don't fully understand this part. If you just put it in for visual, for increasing complexity, or if there's some other specific technical reason that is there. It's just taking colors and pushing it around. I wonder if it's on a new layer. Or if it's the same multiply layer. Right, but the multiply layer went across all the different parts too. So it's probably on the multiply then. It will make the workflow a lot faster since it's already like that. Oh, making the clothing transparent, adding colors here. And of the color adjustment, oh, I see, it's painted over with another brush. Okay, I can somewhat imagine what the layer structure is going to be like. In general, my workflow tries to keep the layers reusable, but I think in this case, it's just layer on top of each other. So once you have some adjustment layer in there and you're painting over it, you're probably never going back to the adjustment layer. If you want it to be undone, you will most likely adjust it by putting another layer on top. And look at all the colors in the shadows too. So many layers to it. More definition, more shadows. This part was interesting to me. Like this specific highlight that was being added is brushed in and then blurred directly on. So it has to be painted on a separate layer on top. Interesting, interesting. Anyways, this live stream has been going on for like 6 hours now, I think. And since we're here, I might as well just briefly show it. I'll try to avoid all the stage stuff because I think I might get copy strike for this. But like I might have to mute this. Just it's in Japanese, anyways. But you have this stage in the entire event hall, and it's off into like one corner. I actually made a video about the 2024 one. It's in my channel. It's like an hour long. It has a bit more of like the what's actually happening at the event. But there's this stage here, and they will get like the voice actors to come up to talk about their characters, to talk about different things. And you see these like seats in front. These are special tickets, I think, if I remember correctly. So I think not everyone can go in, or it's like a first come first serve basis. I can't remember. You're allowed to stand in the back to watch, but sitting in there was like some kind of a special privilege. And you're not allowed to take video of the stage, which I'm not 100% sure why, because they are posting it online anyways. Yeah, like this huge stage here. And there's like a good section that I might want to take a look at too. I don't know about the gameplay though. You guys can look at the archive perhaps. But and the whole event looks like this. If anyone's been to Tokyo Big Sight, you probably recognize it. It's the East 2 hall that's written up here. And from the looks of it, it's pretty similar to the past years. We have like the operator panel here. It's like a row of just like a big board of all the characters drawn on. And then you have the what's this called? This is like you want to look for in-game friends. So there's like a piece of paper you can write your ID on it. You can dump it on that wall. Right now it's already pretty stacked. It will get to the point where like and the entire top will be filled as well, that you cannot even see the title of the board. You can just barely make out the words up here. And this wall here is for people to draw. And this wall obviously fills up very quickly. And what they do is that they would have a fresh board. I don't know if this is a board or if it's like a piece of paper that they just rip off, but they would actually replace this, I believe, sometime in the afternoon, like 2 to 3 p.m. They would get like a fresh piece out. And there happened to be a stuff there when I was passing by for the second time. I noticed that the picture was different. All the drawings were different. I was like, oh, like, what happened to the first one? They're like, oh yeah, we swapped it out. And I'm like, do you mind if I ask what happens to the one that you guys swapped out? And then she's like, no, I can't talk about it. And I'm just kind of like, I wonder what they do. Why wouldn't they want to talk about it? Like, don't they just bring it back and then display it somewhere? Or are they gonna throw it away? Is that why they can't talk about it? But anyways, pretty cool stuff. This is probably the main entrance, right? I think I can't quite recognize it. East 2 is at the bottom, right? East 2, I think, is at the bottom. Can't quite make out the exact position of this hall. But I guess you come in and then there's like more display, more panels. And if you guys want to see some of the examples, I have a lot in the video that I made. What is this? I can just barely not read it. It's kind of small. Song. Not sure what this is, but it looks like some kind of a game thing. That's like curling. What are they doing? It's like curling. What is this? Anyways, I was hoping they get like more views, but I think this is all the views that they have. And there was like a music video section here, where it's like a DJ came on stage. I was watching it, I almost forgot about the stream. But anyways, let me take a quick look at the goods that they have for this year. Let's see what they're selling. Oh shit. Oh, this thing reminded me. This is the sanity potion, right? That you have in the game. I don't know if I can get like a better shot of this, but they have like this bag of orange juice or something. Where is it? I was right here on the table. Right, this thing. Oh my god, dude. I wanted to get this, but do you guys know how long the queue was for this? It was like 4 hours long. The queue for this, for any of the food items, was like 4 hours long. And I know this because I was watching another Japanese YouTuber who documented their process, and they waited for 4 hours for like a bun, for like a steamed bun. And this thing was sold out almost instantly too.
そうだよ去年もあった理性回復剤なんですけれども、ごめんなさいね、片手で。これはね、本当にありがとう。おすすめの一品で、マジで理性が回復する味がするんですよ。ゼリーっぽいのか。そう、下の方ゼリーがふわっと。
Oh, there's a jelly in the bottom.
めっちゃ美味しい。
What flavor is this?
レモン系の爽やかな風味ですね。で、漢字の立方体なんですけども、スコーンクッキーみたいな。
Okay, now they're talking about something else. I'm just gonna move on to the goods. Ah, okay. Wait. This thing, this stand is a lot more than what it looks like. Cause in the back, I think the blue stuff is like glitter. It moves like kind of like a snow globe if you turn it upside down. I have the one from 2024. But I was so surprised that it was like not just a piece of acrylic. It has more stuff to it. Are they just selling this? Oh, they're just selling the set, okay. This is a stuffed animal. Or a plushie, I guess. It's not really an animal.
ヘアピンぬいぐるみってヘアピンしてるって意味なのかなあ、そういうこと？ヘアピンとして使うじゃなくてあ、ここにぬいぐるみがつくみたいな感じじゃないですかぬいぐるみのヘアピンではなくあ、わかんないですちょっと待って実際に実物あったらじっくり見たいです
Wait, do they have an example?
続いて 5th Anniversary Fest 多用スマホショルダーストラップ
Okay, some kind of strap for a smartphone.
続いて、フェスの T シャツですはい、これね、来てくださってる方もいらっしゃいますけれども。寒い中、
alright.
ありがとう。はい、高森さん。
This is very.
どうですか、着心地は。
It's very fancy.
いいです。肌に。
Literally says Aloha shirt.
素敵。一
It's kind of baggy.
こう前で縛るのも可愛いですね。
そう伸ばすと結構
あ、本当だ。
巻いても可愛いですね。
うん。
I have like what's that? Like Shirakami Fubuki's birthday T-shirt,
いろんな
and they ran out of the size I needed, so I got one size larger, and it was big enough
履き入
to
れるよ。
almost reach my knees. I think it was kind of insane.
グーのイラスト。タオル。これもね楽しげなやつですね。これ結構
Alright,
ふかふかできいい。はい、これはじゃあ実物カオルが胸元につけてくれています。
い。
映る。
Alright.
あ、そうだね。
存在感あって。
めっちゃキラキラ。
すごいキラキラだ本当に。With You の文字がキラッとしてますかね。
なんです。
Does anyone like? I don't understand what people buy this for. Maybe they just put it up in their house. No one's gonna wear this outside, right?
続いてです。続いては Just Like Old Times シリーズキャンバスボード。
Oh, what the
は
hell
い、
is
全
this?
3種類ございます。これもね、めっちゃ素敵ですよね。
I guess it's just like
は
a
い、そ
a
し
thing you
て
can hang.
続いてがこちらのシリーズのアクリルフィギュアです。はい、これもたくさんのオペレーターが。
This looks like the
ありま
normal
すけれ
kind
ど
of
も
like stands.
全部欲しいね。
やっぱ今見ると W がビシャデルって名前になってるのが
うん
なんかエモいですね。
エモい、本
確かに
当に。かっこいいな。はい、続きまして、こちらのシリーズの T シャツもございます。これもね、かなりいろんな色と、それから柄で。
I think the Amiya one is really good.
全部かっこいいんですよね。
I vaguely remember seeing the art for
続
it.
いてです。続いては統合戦略記念セット未知への案内人。水木いますよ。
可愛い。待ってウィンクしてる。推しがウィンクしてるよ。
Yeah, fangirling over
そうなんです。
Mitsuki.
出てきたね。では続いてです。ロトスメモリーシャカシャカキーホルダー。
可愛い。
What is this?
かわいい。
I wonder what it does. It's supposed to be a key holder, but
入ってて
is there stuff in it?
パーツなんですね。動くやつだ。
動くやつだ
これ式の中にロドスがあるの面白くないですか。確かに。
やっぱロドスはロドスなんです
春
ね。
夏秋冬ロドス。
季節です。5つ目
あー
の新たな季節でございます。
So
はい、続いてです。どこでも看板注意喚起アクリルクリップボリューム2。
Oh, this is what is
そう
this?
なんですよ。
Is this
書い
life
てある文
size?
字めっちゃいいよね。
No way, right?
全部欲しい。
使いやすい。思考停止。
して
Oh, this is great. Actually, this is really nice.
やられてるやつ。
This is saying brain's not working. This is being healed, I guess. This is please be quiet. This is good work, like after someone's done working. This is sorry for the inconvenience, and this is the recording.
会社の上司の机とかに置いたらいいんじゃないですか。
バーンって
ご苦労様。
ご苦労様ご苦労様やばいな。
上司はちょっとやばいか。
上司のご苦労様ちょっとやばいかも。それを置かなきゃいけなくなっちゃうんで。
ご迷惑おかけしますか。
あ、いいですね。ちょっとなんかそうそういいでしょ。
かっこいい。
私たち大好き。
ID pass for Oh, okay. It's kind of hard to imagine what this is. Is it just a card? Okay. But it's interesting. Last year they had a lot of stuff that is by chance. It's like all gacha and stuff.
ぜひ推しのね。
I don't know if these are gacha or not. It's not very
胸元
clear.
に飾るなり部
一
屋に
個集めると
飾るなり。
全員分集めたくなっちゃいますからね。
そうなんですよ。こういうのはね。はい。さあ続きまして、こちらのアクリルバッジボリューム5。
Oh wow. They have a lot.
はい。これね、アーミア前衛バージョン、アーミア無料バージョン、アーミア通常バージョンそれぞれあります。なんと
なるほど。たくさんのアーミヤが
そうなんですよ。
勢ぞろい。
はい。まあこれはね。さあ続いてはい。
Oh, I have
ID
this.
パス風アクリルバッジがあったと思ったら
This thing is really nice. I haven't been using it, but this frame here is metal. It's not like plastic. It's like a piece of metal with like a slot in the middle. So in the back, there's like two tiny metals that's sticking out. That's kind of holding the thing in place. But yeah, you slot in and out from the back.
ID カードホルダーロドス2025
There's a Rhode Island's one and there's a Penguin Logistics one, and I have both here actually.
はい。続いてロドス備品シリーズその1。はい。保温保冷断熱ボトル万能です。続いて万年カレンダー、そしてアクリルメッセージメモボードです。
ね
So a thermos and a calendar and some kind of memo.
ちょっとメモするとき。
何メモする？
バナナ
Memo board or it's probably just a board then, right? It's not even the memo.
朝ごはんに
It's like a piece of plastic that you can write on. Like you can put a piece of paper on and write on it. Like a clipboard.
はい
書きます。
続いてこの備品シリーズその2です。はい、クッションブランケット、そして 3-in-1 充電ケーブルストラップ。充電ケーブルストラップ。あ、最近流行りの充電ケーブルがついたやつ。
充電ケーブルがついたやつ。I don't even know what this is. It's some kind of cable, like charging cable that you can put on your neck, I suppose. I don't know how this will work. But on this side here, this is a cushion. And this is like a tiny blanket that you can put on your knees, is what it's saying. I guess if you're like sitting.
はい。
それを
続いて
刺すの？
そう、それをさせるんだと思う。誰かの手元にグッズがいてたら、ぜひパカってしてみたいですね。はい、続いてステッカー、テープ、クッキー。
Oh.
めっちゃ欲しい。スタッフステッカー
Oh
欲しい。
crap, this reminded me. This stupid tape, right? They were selling a Penguin Logistics tape last year, and it was really cool. It was just tape, but on it says Penguin Logistics do not touch, or like something like that, with a bunch of graphic design. So I bought like a row. It has since been sitting on my desk because I don't know what to use it for. But anyways, this is funny. Like, what would you use this for? What is this? It's stickers, and this is food, I guess. Of course, it's KOB, but
ノートパソコンの裏に貼りたい。
あ、いいね。
いいね。
はい。そして
wait, this is 35 bucks for two? No way, right? This is 35 bucks for two? Wait, 2 cookies for $35? Even with the current exchange rate, it's like almost $30.
しましたテープ、こういうのもみんな大好き。
さらに見逃しません。リスクを検出しましたって置いちゃってるから。
But the box would be okay, but even okay, if it's just $30 for the box, I would buy it too, actually.
確かに。
そうなんか大体なんかどうするこのま
I
ま
hope
終
my
わる
text isn't too
みたいな
distracting.
画面で
It's
気づく
kind of
は
blocking
いはいはい
the
はい。
cookie
赤く
here.
なったやつで。
そうもう間に合わない。ここを見たい。確かに。
そうだ
Let's
ね。
just fix the text a little bit better.
どこがダメだったみたいな。なるやつ。
なるやつ。
はい。というね、非常にユニークなグッズがございます。そしてさらにスクイーズメテオマジシャン。
What the?
かわいい。
どういうこと
かわいいの。
What the hell is this?
ね、
なんだろうね。
スクイーズなんでキュッキュッてできるやつですよね。はい。そして
Yeah, so this literally says Squeeze Meteor Magician, which doesn't say anything about what this is. If anything can be a clue, it would be Squeeze, I guess. It seems like it's some kind of stress ball, maybe.
なんですよ。そして最後ウサギぬいぐるみ。
They didn't talk too much about
はい
it.
シビライトエテルナとロゴス。
め
めっちゃ可愛い
Are these new?
ねえ。はい。というわけでここまで紹介してきましたサンプルを、皆さんの机の上にドドンと置いてあります。
はい。
はい。じゃあ
あ
高森さんから見ていきましょうか。
何から見せよう
Oh,
か
the
な。
Mugen Loop.
これは
タピストリー
です。
はい。
あ、結構でかい。
Yeah, so you see the two of them had another collab illustration here.
大きいですね。いや、いいサイズ感ですよ。
かわいい。
綺麗なイラストほど大きく見たいですからね。
間違いない。
Yeah, this is 5th anniversage. This is live, by the way. This is a live stream, except this is a couple hours ago because
夏美さんかっこいい。
right now this is over, this segment.
マジックみたいな。夏美さん。あれ
What time is it in Japan right now? It's like almost over, I think. And it's in the afternoon already, right? Like maybe 2 p.m., 3 p.m.
はい。
I think this thing ends at 5 p.m.
で並んでる
Was
のが
how it ended last year for me, I think.
みんな上司の机に置くやつ。
あれですね、注意喚起とかができる、どこでも
Wow, this is great. I really like
はい
this.
サイズいいですよねこれね。
ね、可愛い。
Oh, it's a little bit.
可愛いし。
I wish it was made of metal.
よく見る
The
と
ID card was made of metal. This should have been made of metal. That would be so much cooler.
ありますか？
But I guess you can't really print on metal.
さくらさんのところか。
ピー
じゃあ、
これはバグパイプバグパイプちゃんのやつめっちゃ可愛いこれも。
おお、あれ、
あ
カオルンがいなくなった。
本当だ。
あれ、
色合い綺麗。
カオルン。
ジェジェジェジェジェ。
よだ。
Does anybody have anything like this in their houses?
めっち
この
ゃ可愛い。
衣装いいよね。
Like posters and stuff?
これ本当に可愛い。
可愛い。
My walls have been white for like 10
ぜひお
years.
迎えしてください。
はい、あ
That's
りが
backpack
とう
skin?
ございます。じゃあちょっと一回タペストリー紹介した後に石上さんに飛びましょうか。
はい。
はい。
どっちの方かな？こっち？
ひなのからでいいよ。 どれからいく？ズッチは。
うちの重なってる
はい、わ
お
かりました。レンチキラーアクリルオブジェです。はい、
こんな感じで
そう。
3枚
Oh my god, this is
3枚に
this is interesting. Like the displays were set up like this in the 2024
いやめっちゃ
for some of the
綺麗
operators
ですね
where it's like multiple layered, and now they're selling
存
it.
在感がね、結構大きいですよね。しかも
奥
ね。
行きがあるとやっぱ絵の深みが出ると言いますか、
うんうんうん
これはぜひ
素敵ですね。
飾っていただきたいお部屋に。
はい、ありがとうございます。さあ、そしてその横に
I think
は。
it's my brain.
推しが
おお。
可愛い。もうねウィンクして
Looks like sounds like you need
超可愛い
more posters.
愛おしすぎる。もうウィンクしてたらもう好きじゃん。誰を？誰のこと？
誰のこと？
買ってくれた人みんなのこと好きですよ。
なるほどね。じゃあ今はズッチの手元にあるからズッチのことが好きだし、
好きだね。
この後手元に
私も好きだし
のことも好き。
好き。
両思いだねじゃ
ありがとうございます。
はい、ありがとうございます。今見ていただいたのが東方戦略記念セット未知への案内人の水木ですね。
I'll just skip ahead because I don't know if anyone here understands Japanese, but
おー
ケルシー先生の
かっこよ。
こちらが後ろで
I do understand. So I have a tendency to get sucked in and just kind of forgot that I also streaming.
ちょっとグレーというか
クリーム
Like the Amiya version of this shirt is really nice. I really like the drawing. It was like Amiya straight on from the front.
袖のところになんかちゃんとそっちの方もあるのが
本当だ。
おしゃれでいいです
めっ
ね。
ちゃこだわって。
ケルシー先生っぽい。
Oh,
いや、いい色合いが
おしゃれめちゃめちゃ
最高
おしゃれだな
今見てるのが後ろ側ですね。
oh, this is the back. Wait, what?
そう、後ろにケルシー。
Oh, that's the back. Okay, the front is empty. I see.
シリーズ T シャツの、ケルシーです。はい。
Alright, this is just a normal
先
stand.
生のアクリルスタンドです。はい、T シャツと同じデザインとなって
Yeah, I brought a bunch of stands back from like Tommy Cat as well, and
ね
like 2023
わあ
Tommy
なん
Cat.
か飲んでる。
And then my parents was just like, "Oh, that's just gonna
いい
collect a
女
bunch of
だ
dust."
からとか
I was
言った
like,
ら
great.
怒られそうですが。
Shirt-
はい、ありが
shirt
とう
tough?
ございます。そしてもう一つ。
Oh, you mean like the
開けてみましょう
shoulder,
か
like the sleeve?
はい
Well, what is? Oh yeah,
はい。
yeah. This is the stand I was talking about.
みんな大好きね。
She has to squeeze the sides a little bit because it's kind of set.
頑張って
もう嬉しい
Yeah.
いけた？
ちょっと塊が
やっとね。
協力してくれてる。はい。そしてエイヤもね逆さまになっています。一生懸命頑張っています。
ちょっと逆さまに
はい。
キラキラにね
どうだ？
見えるかな。
するか。
It's too. Most of it is too stuck on the bottom, bro.
綺麗。
But they made it 2 layers now. So like the stand itself and the shiny stuff is like separate.
キラキラしてる。あ、いいですね。
でこちら
はい。あ、スクイーズ
Oh, that's the-
でございます。
That's the squeeze meteor magician.
もちもちしてると
めっちゃ可愛い。
ちょっとイライラ
What
す
in the
る。
world?
ちょっと思い出して。
そうなの。
戦うとねちょっとねめちゃめちゃバウンドしてたなって。
でも可愛い。
柔らかいふわふわ柔らかいです
あ
あ、本当だ。これバウンドするのかな。
ー、投げようとしてる？
量が
バウンドする。
若干。今からタネちゃんが投げます。
What the? What in the world? What are they doing, bro?
この野郎。
弾力があります
苦しめやがって。
ですね、ぜひスクイーズをギュッとすることで晴らしていただきたいと思います。
可愛いでも。
Is this Eia's familiar or something?
可愛い
The
です
sheep?
ね。ありがとうございます。じゃあ、すいません、お待たせしました。カオルに行きましょう。
はい。
はい、じゃあまず T シャツから。
T シャツ、はい、これ
Another
私は
shirt, another shirt.
ミシャデルさんの T シャツかな。
おお、かっこいい。
What is just like old times? It was like
前
what
は
one of the
なんですけど
events
タグ
or
が
something.
ついてたりとか
本当
してお
だ
り。まして。
I'm so out of
画
touch.
面見てくださいマジでかっこいい
お
うわ
Oh,
ー。
W.
かっこいい。
めっちゃいい
バンドやってそう。
歌ってほしい
ボーカルやってそう。
オールドタイムスのところ光ってます？
あ、そうです。こう、
Oh,
こうちょっとギラ
A
ギ
bit
ラ
of-
します。
うわ、かっこいい。
a bit of hollow on the thing.
黒は使いやすいね。かっこいいし。
いいですね。
さっと
袖口
切れそう
とかはどうですか
こ？れはこんな感じでウィシャデルと。
おお。
It's the first time of me hearing the pronunciation of this
あー
name.
袖木のマークも
Thing.
ない
A
まだ
Babel.
おしゃれな感じです。
Babel is like a huge turning
Hi.
point, right, in the story, I think.
タグ
Like
が
a lot of things get
うん
made known.
いや袖のこういうタグが可愛いですよね。
わかる。
あんまりついてないからさ。
うん。
いやかっこいいな。
イケてるだけでおしゃれな感じするもん。
Interesting. Is that gonna be like itchy on your arm though?
切れちゃうやつ
Might scratch you a little bit.
さあそして同じデザインの
です
カラーバージョン。
どれ
Hmm,
どれ
not a stand.
かっこいい。
マジでかっこいい
Oh wait,
スタイル
interesting. That means they just took the original illustration and
が良すぎる
what's the word? Posterized?
煽ってる感じがいいですね。
ねこの角度いいね。
They posterized in the two levels, and then they got the shirt.
何でも言われても言
But then what's the Amiya one then? I kind of want to look at the Amiya art now.
はい
ありがとうございます。
ハッシュタグで投稿してますけど。
お待たせしました。私のお手元にあるグッズ紹介します。まずは気になっていたヘアピンでございます。
Oh wait,
はい、ヘアピン。
ちゃんと縫い
this is the plushie they're talking about. I thought it was like a huge thing. It's actually
そうな
a
んです。裏面こうなってい
it's actually a hairpin.
フリップになっているので、こうやって
かわいい。
あ、かわいい。
That's gonna pull your hair out, no? How heavy is this thing?
今日これで帰るね。
ちょっと目立つかも。
はい、こんな感じになっています。そしてですね、続いてこれいきましょうかね。こ
Oh
れ
my
が
god,
で
it's
すね。
tiny, dude.
どれどれ。保冷ボトルですね。保冷保温ボトル
い
になっ
や便利。
Like, the thermos is so small, bro.
て、開けるとこういう。
What's the? How do you wash this?
で、
You can open it again.
ここが開くので、掃除がしやすい。
Okay, okay, okay.
はい、本当に大事。
This is for
そ
iced
うで
drinks.
この
then?
模様もすごくね可愛いので、ぜひ
今回の5周年の
そうサイズ感ですごくねいいなと思うし、あと冷たいもの入れた時に氷が口にガッてきちゃうってあ
I'm
るじゃないですか。
trying to sell the ice
多分そういう
filtering
のも抑えられる
feature.
と思う。最後はこちらです。
What else do we
攻防
got?
戦略シリーズの、ファントムです。
かっこいい。
はい、かっこいいですよね。台座もね、よいしょ、失礼します。こういう感じ。
なんか
Are
読ん
her
でる。
hands shaking?
読んでる？
なんか見てる。
あ、本当だ。書類読んでる。
Yeah, this is game about tower defense, by the way. Oh my god, like
うわ
was it a couple $1 million per month of
いい
revenue?
男です。これはね、飾ってあったらにっこりですよ、朝から晩まで。
Tower defense was like my go-to strategy game back in the day too.
あなたのそばにいかが
でも目
ですか？
線
Like all the random games on mini clip,
いや
mini
目線
clip.
はね、書類なんだ。
What other
さすが
website
に
was
書類
there?
なんだけど、でもこっち見てたら緊張しちゃう
両思いにはなれない
思いなんですよ。ですね、
はあ、ケオベだよ。
Oh, let's see the cookies, the $30 cookies.
大きい。お弁当箱ぐらいある。
確かに。
It's like a metal box, okay.
箱がし
ちょっ
っかりしてる。
とリニューアルされたとかですか？どういう感じなんですか？
缶がかなりしっかりしたもの。
うん
前はボックス
What is it?
紙の箱だったのであれなんですけど、開けてみるとどんな
クッ
感じですか？
キー感は取っておきたいしね。
ね
そうなんです。
中にも
Ah,
缶
okay.
バッジの
Oh, wait, no.
めっちゃ喜んでる
ケオ。ベたくさんお食べ。そして
はい
蜂蜜クッキー。めちゃくちゃ立派なクッキーが。
空っぽくないこれ。
おお。
ゲーム画面で見たのとそっくり。
めっちゃいい。
It looks like the MOBA mini
間
map.
違いなく美味しいやつ。
Oh my
なんか
god.
入ってますね。
ね、
Looks like mid lane, bro.
サンドされてる系のクッキーですね。
大大きなやつです。
素晴らしい。
美味しそう
Actually, only two. The half the box is
美味しいし可
empty.
愛いし最
Bro.
高
後で食べましょう。
そうですね。一缶に二つ入ってるから、みんなで分けとしましょう。はい、というわけで缶も可愛いし中も可愛いしという感じで、サンプルとともにグッズをご紹介させていただきました。さあでは続いて
Yeah,
最
two for
後の商品についての
$30, bro.
ご紹介です。
I thought the box was
それ
kind
が
of
こ
like
ち
wood
らです
or something.
はい。
あー、出た。
私だ。
はい持ってま
It's
す
just metal
スクイ
tin
ーズオリ
can.
ジムシとスクイーズオリジム
Sheet
シ
metal,
データ
pressed
でござい
sheet
ま
metal.
す。これどんな感触ですか、カオルン？
もちもちしてますよ私が言うのもなんですけど
もちもちしてるということで。
もちもちしてますよ
これ抱っこしてゲームするのにめちゃくちゃいいサイズですね。
ゲーミー猫猫ぬいぐるみです。
あー、こう見るとこんなにいっぱい出てるんですね。もう
再販か。
今回もうさぎぬいぐるみあって
So the two new ones this time around are new, I guess. But these are the ones that were originally available.
確かにうちもねファウストとメフィスト並べておいてあって
あ
もう見るたびににっこりする可愛いってぜひねおすすめでございます
ー、大きさもちょうどいいんですよね。
そういい感じにねちょっと両手のひらくらいのサイズなのですごい可愛いですねはいということで、今紹介しましたグッズは通販もありますので
通販
会場に来られない方もぜひチェック
Mm.
の
You
グ
can
ッズ
buy
をご
online, I
紹
think.
介ですまずはこちら
But probably only for people in Japan
ロ
still
ド
though.
ス折
What in the world is this,
り
dude?
たたみコンテナです
おー
はい
5周年柄バージョン
ね
なのか。
なのかな
Oh,
白と
okay.
ね青の すごいスタイリッシュな
If only this
カ
was
ラーで
like
ござい
metal.
ます。赤とかね白とか出ていたん
I
ですけ
think
ど
the whole aesthetics of
こんな
Rhode
色
Island
も
is
素敵ですよ
very
ね。
metallic if used.
はい、続きましてです。
Not Rhode Islands, I
5
mean
周
like
年限
Arknights.
定直筆サイン入り A3 アートグラフ栄光へ導かれて、さっきカオルンが見せてくれたタペストリー、こちらの A3 アートグラフ、しかも5周年限定
Ah, so this is
直筆
lottery.
サイン入りで
Okay,
ござ
that
い
makes
ます。
sense.
ゆうすけ先生の
Just like the
イ
Alchemaniac one
ラス
from
トが
last
ね
year.
こういう感じで書かれておりますので、ぜひ
200枚限定ですよ。
そうなんです。チェックしていただきたいと思います。で、これちょっと特殊でして、抽選となっております。
まあ抽選でしょ。
申し込みにはヨースター公式イベントのチケットアプリヨーステーションのダウンロードが必要になり
Oh
ます。
my god, now they have their own
詳
app
細は
called
後
Yo
日
Station.
X にてアークナイツ公式アカウントおよびヨースター情報局アカウントで、告知がなされますので、そちらを改めてご確認いただきたいと思います。さあということで、以
About a
上
month
ですね、
to do
5
the
周年グッズのご紹介でございました。ちょっと一回理性回復剤私飲みますね。はい、気になるグッズどうですか？
I think that's all the I think that's all the
帰れちゃい
goods.
ますから
美味しかった。
飲んでみますかまた。
ね、
飲みましょう、たくさんね。はい
フー。ドの方もね、こっからは見えないんですけど
ください。
多分盛況
I think right, like maybe later in the day.
ご紹介で、それがこちら。
Oh wait,
はい。
what? There's more
アーク
shit.
ナイツトレーディングアクリルスタンドオペレーターコレクションボリューム3。
Wow, GG. Oh my god, this is called a
かわいい
a trading
はい
acrylic stand. So you're supposed to collect the kind of like
ご購入いただくと
parts
全部揃います。
and you can trade with people.
優しい。
そうなんですよ。ランダム封入ではなくなっております。はい。ということで、ぜひチェックしてみてください。
The amount of goods that they're selling is
トレー
insane,
ディン
dude.
グ缶バッ
What
ジです。
the
オペレ
heck?
ーターコレクションボリューム3。はい、こちらもですね。
Also, I always feel kind of sad. I don't know if it's because this like all the art here is drawn by some studio or something, but I wish they, you know, wrote the artist's name here.
記録報奨ピンズボリューム2のボックス A。
Oh yeah, like this
これ
thing.
はもうみんな
Wait,
大
wait,
好きなやつ
wait.
で
Is
す。
this?
はい。こういうのを見ると、
Okay, so I just want to say something here because if you look at any of the language, if anyone reads Japanese, it doesn't say that it is like by chance, right? The nuance here is that you can buy whatever you want, one for 700 yen. But the truth of the matter is that last year they were selling similar stuff like this, and it was entirely gacha based. So when you buy it, you will pay $700 for one, yes, but they give it to you wrapped up, and you don't know what's inside. So you just kind of have to decide how many you want to buy, because obviously the queue for buying goods is super long. Like you have to wait for, depending on when you get like the ticket, they will hand out tickets to say like, oh, which group of people are supposed to be buying right now. Depending on when you get it, you might have to wait hours just to even buy something, and you don't know what you're gonna get, and you have to decide how many you want to buy. And this is what, $5 each. So, and that's a limit too. It doesn't say here, but usually there's a limit on how many one person can buy. If I look back on my own video, I might see it, but yeah, so this is kind of a,
本当に私たち
if that is actually the case this year as well, I feel like it's kind of scammy.
記憶が蘇りますね。
Because it's not very clear in the language.
パッては見るけど、こうバッチにならないとやっぱまじまじ見ない。
By the way, for me, I kind of got lucky. I got what I
そうい
wanted.
えばそういうマークだったなみたいな。
I got
そう
like
ですよね
a penguin logistic one
結
and
構本当に細かい
something
図
something.
柄
I
に
can't
な
quite
っている
remember.
ので、改めて近くでね見ていただきたいと思います。
Yeah, I'm watching the live stream. I didn't realize it was going on today, so might as well do it.
報奨ピンズボリューム2のボックス B。はい、こんな感じになっております。ね、これも
Yeah,
ね。
you could just buy the set. Yeah, you could just buy the
は
set.
い、こちらもですね、ワンセットご購入で全部揃います。
ラプルマは羽？
ね、
羽
思った
ですかね。
羽っぽいよね。
かわいい。
La Pluma.
テキーラはこれ。
Oh, actually, that reminds me. I kind of like the art for
うん
La Pluma too. Let me look.
お花がありますね。
ね、あとね、インサイダーのシークレットミッションもめっちゃ気になる。
Who's the artist? Is it
人もいる
Iris?
ね。あります
あ、
ね。
本当だ。
かわいい
左上水木くんだ。
No, it's someone
で
else.
水木くんの何表してると思う？どっち的には。
クラゲ？
クラゲ。でもそんな感じに見えるよね。
Kurage?
ふわふわ感があります。はい。
That's supposed to be the, I guess, the top of the jellyfish. Like if you look from the top.
で、こちらもコンプリートセットワンセットご購入で全部揃います。さあ、それでは続いてです。あみあみさんから販売される商品のご紹介です。まずはこちらです。
あみあみ
山誠キーホルダー。
key holder.
かわいい。
かわいい。これはもうどれが来てもかわいい。
うん。
は はい
こうやって見ると可愛い。
そうですかね。ゲームだと可愛くないかもしれないけど。
Yeah, La Row. Never heard this name before.
一撃なんですがってなりますはい、まあ、どれが来ても絶対皆さん嬉しいであろうラバーマスコットキーホルダー全4種でございます。続いてです。 A6 バインダー鋼ガニ。
Oh, they did the first album for
は
Fubuki.
い、みんな大好き
Interesting.
鋼ガニが A6 バインダーになりまし
Recently.
た。
Oh, what is this?
結構ね便利なサイズなんですよ、ね。
Oh, binder.
A6 サイズっていうのは。はい。
Did I miss
続いて
anything?
ぐるぐるアクリ
I
ル
missed
スタン
like.
ド。
Oh, I didn't miss it.
はい、回るやつです。アクスタが。
今後も多分回るキャ
Oh,
ラ
I
が出たら
see. So the shoe and the hammer can spin. I think that's like a pivot over here.
出るんですかね。
回してるもんね。あれ
It's like a
とかね、たまに回しま
vertical
したね
fidget spinner.
我々。はい。さあ続いてです。ピルケース医療オペレーター。はい。この中にね、
こういうの便
利
いろんな
な
小物をね入れられたりもするので、
ビルケースは何
ちょっとこれで医療オペレーター部って中にスーッとする
うん
清涼剤
Guardian
的
Defender
な
B?
あー
見るのもよし。
シャカシャカ。
Is there?
いろんな
I
ね
didn't realize.
使い方ができます。続いてです。機器契約書類ケース全2種類です。
Oh, this looks cool, dude.
学年それから長儀2つともございます。これも
Depends on the
かっこいい
quality
です
of
ね
this thing. Like, it would be nice if you can
Hi.
use this on a daily basis.
ラゲッジタグ。はい、こちらも全員
Luggage?
4種でござ
Okay,
いま
this
す。
is useful, I guess.
郵便カランド貿易シエスタそれぞ
It's
れ
$2,000. It's 2,000 yen?
続いて再販です。オペ縫い。
オペ縫い
これもね、いい
可愛いですよね。
Wait, this is new.
そうなんですよ。
Don't they do like the. Wait, I have the
さらに
Texas
この
and the
オペ縫い
Lapland
と
ones,
いえば
but
こち
they
ら
don't look like
オペ
this,
縫
I
い
think.
高階級人ミニボストンバッグ。
あー
やばい、セットで欲しい。
そう、セット
やば
で。
サイズだよね。
これギリギリ2体まで入るので、推しをこうキュッと入れてみるもよし
Difference of 50
だけど
yen between buying at the place
そ
and
のま
buying
まにして
online.
もよし、閉めたままでもよしいろんな使い方がねできる楽しいバッグになっております。はい、これ今映像ではアーミヤがいるんですけれども、実際はアーミヤはついておらずボストンバッグそのものの商品になっています。
Oh, I see. This is just the bag. It doesn't. This price doesn't come with the
Hi.
Amiya.
ということでね、皆さんもたくさんグッズを持っていると思いますが、気になるものありますか皆さん。
まだね、買えてない人とかね、ぜひお手に取っていただき
これ
たい。
からだと思い
Wait,
ます
she
けど
got
も
a croissant.
もう今紹介したもので持ってるもの結構あったって人いますか？会場にいる方。
あ、見た。
持ってる。
出てる。
ありがとうございます。
Oh, they already bought it. Yeah, because you can buy on the place.
ね持ってくれて
This is what I did. Like, you get the ticket, right? I don't think it says when you get to go in, so you just go and line up as early as possible.
はい、ありがとう。
And as long as you're early, you get to
はい
buy stuff
とい
early
うこと
too.
で以上50年記念グッズのご紹介
And they hand it to you
でご
on
ざいま
the
し
spot,
た
so it's nice.
さあ皆さんまだあります。
You can just like show off to everyone else.
じゃあ
Just
こ
do
こから
queuing
は
up.
ですねこちらの情報をお届けしますが、せっかくなのでタイトルコールを高森さんにお願いします。
関連グッズ最新情報。
Dude, how much goods do they have, dude? I was just gonna watch a little bit of this, not the entire thing. What?
アークナイツに関連したグッズの最新情報
Oh
を
my
紹
god,
介
it's
して
so
ま
much
いりましょう。まずはこち
Okay,
ら
but
です。
this is the last section. Let's finish watching this.
2025年1月ヨースターオフィシャルショップアークナイツポップアップが開催します。
うん秋葉ね
1月の24日金曜日からスタートいたします。ヨースターオフィシャルショップ JR 秋葉原店です。通販は1月31日金曜日より開始いたします。他にもヨースターオフィシャルショップのほかアミヤミさん、アニメイト通販さんなどでも予約を受け付けております。で、なんとこのポップアップのために書き起こされたオペレーターがいて、シルバーアッシュ、フラマニクス、クリフハート、ノーシス、デーゲンブレヒャー、ハロルドということなので、ぜひ実際に見ていただきたいと
I
思
only
い
know
ます。
one. I only know Silver Ash.
気にな
GG,
る
bro.
ね、グッズもいろいろとございますけれども、詳細についてはヨースターオフィシャルショップ JR 秋葉原駅店公式サイトをご確認ください。続いて反響が大きかったコラボタンブラー再販決定です。
Okay, okay.
ねえ、私もずっと使って
It's
ます
maybe slightly expensive. Depends on
冷めない、
how good the
温まらな
quality
い、
is.
飲みやすい、サイズも良いということで、いいことずくめのコラボタンブラーなんですけども、皆さんもどれか持っていたりとかしますか？
私これ円国のやつ買って、
はい
使ってたんですよ。その時に
I like stuff that's like
うち
made of
ね
metal
う
like
ちは
this.
自分の部屋にたまに家族、お父さんとお母さんが
It feels like if you
来た
buy
り
it,
す
it
る
can
んです
last
け
for a
ど
while.
タンブラー使ったことがなくってお父さんが一回私が寝てる間にまあ朝早く起きて
Anyway,
コーヒ
she's
ー飲
talking
んで
about
そ
story,
れ入れたら
But stuff like this, I feel like
気に入っ
if
ちゃって
we-
持って帰っちゃいました。
You know, as someone who can draw, I feel like
私の
it'd be cool if you can make your own. Like maybe get someone on SC to print it for you.
もう一回買います。いいね。お父さんに持ってかれちゃった。いいから。
She's trying to say that her tumbler got stolen by her dad.
いいよ。
ね。もありますのでご注意ください。
It better be bulletproof. Can you imagine if they're selling anime themed body armor? Like your body armor plate is freaking has like an anime waifu face on it. Oh my god, you can go to war with your anime waifu.
女の顔になった。やめてよ、ちょっと。好きな人がいるから。
何これ? Collabo watch. This thing was the other thing that I didn't really get. Because they have collab watches, but it's, I don't know like about the design of it. I guess I'm not really into watches. But these things are expensive, man. Last year they were trying to sell, like Thorn, they were trying to sell his necklace for like $300 USD. Yeah, they didn't show the design too. Like for the watches. I guess they're not done designing, I guess. Maybe it's gonna be out in July this year. Maybe that's what the date was for. 何これ?
肌目だけ浮かれてやがる。
楽しそう。書き下ろしなんですよ。
タペストリーフルカラー何これ?
キメスペクター、有料チェーン、100円ガビル、そして欠場テキサスというまあ威嚇の皆様。
Okay, so it's well, acrylic stand, canvas back, and almost full size tapestry, so poster I guess, and a towel with your waifu on it, so you can wipe your face and everything else with your waifu. What?
ビッグアクリルスタンド、キャンバスアート、ほぼ等身大タペストリー。
A towel?
等身大でかいですねじゃあ。
They really stepped up since last year. Like that's so much random stuff.
予定しておりまして、ヨスターオフィシャルショップ、ホビーショップ、アミアミなどでお取り扱い予定となっております。詳細はホビージャパン、商品企画美少女部門公式 X でご確認ください。美少女部門。はい。いや、まじまじ見ちゃいますね。
どうした？バグパイプがいっぱい。
続いて。
What the what?
女の顔になってる。
ドレスコードみたいになっててめっちゃいい。
おしゃれ
ですね。
はい。
What the hell is a loft?
大阪愛知の3都市で順次開催となっております。書き起こしオペレーターはアイリーニー、グレイディア、水木、ルーメン、スペクター、スカジ、ウルピアヌスとなっています。
めっちゃいい。ウルピアヌスなんか
韓国の人たちだね。
I'm guessing it's some kind of a cafe.
たち色合いが。
可愛すぎる。
Oh, it's Japan service. I'm liking.
差し出してるよもう。
これはだからグッチこっちだよって言ってるよ。
好きじゃん。
Wait, isn't loft like some kind of
というね、市上さんの太陽も
stationery
3度くらい上がったところで
大好きです。
はい、ロフトポップアップストア開催決定となっております。時期についてはスライドにある通りなんですけれども順次開催となっておりますので、ぜひお近くで開催される際はご視聴いただければ嬉しいです。こちら事後通販がございまして、事後通販については栄ロフト終了後4月の10日木曜日より開始予定となっています。詳細情報は後日開設予定しておりますロフトポップアップ特設サイトをご確認お願いします。続いてです。オペヌイ新商品販売決定。
Again? Oh, I see. Oh, okay. So this is what they are going to do. That makes sense.
エリジウム、ソーンズ、マドロックもいます。
So they're adding these to the lineup.
こちらは2025年3月予定しておりまして、第2弾がエリジウム、ソーンズ、マドロック、そして第3弾がチェン、星熊 W となっています。今回も書き起こしの PR イラストを準備中ということなので、楽しみにお待ちいただきたいと思います。詳細については、アミアミ商品チーズさんのコラボアイテム
now you can roleplay better with these bags.
C、そしてロゴス、こちらの3名とのコラボグッズとなっております。
毎回思うけどすごい日常で使いやすいね、デザインで。
使いやすいな。
しかもなんか全部同じカバン財布ではなくて、そのオペレーターそれぞれに合わせた個性がギュッと詰まったデザインになっているので、本当に推しのね、デザインを買うもよし、デザインで気に入ったものを買うもよしという感じで、ぜひじっくりとね選んでいただければ嬉しいなと思っております。 高森さん、こう
Okay, I
い
should
う
probably do some
ライ
studying.
ン
I
ナッ
have
プの
no idea
中
who
だ
these
とど
are.
のタイプが
Other than
一番
Kelsey.
使ってみたいなって思います。
なんか推しで選ぶ
Logos.
ら
She.
まあ悩んでいただきたいと
I
思い
think
ま
that's
す。
all, right?
何にやっても
Oh, here we go, here we go.
いやなで
The necklace again.
7段にやってまいりました。こちらですね、シルバー925と計10ホワイトゴールドの2種展開となっております。受注期間がございます。1月の14
Oh, wow.
日から2月の14日
White
まで
gold.
となっていますので、
K10 white gold
こ
for
ちらの受
700
注
bucks.
期間中にお申し込み
Silver
お忘
for
れなくと
200 bucks.
なっております。これもね、すごく素敵ですよね、それぞれのデザインが。
やっぱ人気だからもう第7弾まで来てますしね。
そうなんですよ。多分もうどんどん
Is it me? But I find like tungsten, like all the composite materials more cool than
発売決定
gold.
です。
But yeah. What is this?
はい、トレーディングアクリルスタン
Oh,
ド
more
全
more
7
acrylic
種
stands
そ
in
れから
case there
トレーディン
wasn't
グ大
enough,
カット
and
ステッカー
stickers.
全7種となっています。はい、
アニメイト
めっちゃかわ
しやす
いい。アニメイトカフェ総合以上
I'm just gonna skip ahead. Yeah, okay, that's it
いっぱい
then.
ありましたね。
たくさん紹介させていただきました。
朝一から見るボリュームとしてはすごいですよ。
And it's a bunch of showcase and stuff like that. But
なんか飽きましたもん。
買い物の予定立てられますねこれね。
確かに
I think probably like you guys can watch it like on YouTube directly. Oh yeah, and they were getting like Railnut to perform, I think. Live on stage. And I think that's there's like a little bit of it. I'm 100% gonna get a copy strike if I go here. So I probably avoid it, but it's right here. I don't know what hour mark this is because it's showing -1 hour for the stream. Oh, and they're redoing the time lapse. Okay, so it's looping already. At some point in time, I think they do the what's the word? They go around outside the event where people are buying food and they do some interviews and stuff like that. I don't know when that is though, so you guys can keep a lookout for that if you like. If I manage to catch it, I would probably take a quick look. But if not, I'm gonna take a quick washroom break and then probably go back to doing studies, which is what the stream was supposed to be. We spend like an hour and a half doing miscellaneous things. What should I do? I just leave this playing for a bit. Well, what is this interview? Alright, just let it run for a bit here then. While I go to the washroom. I'll be right back.
A shadow, I can't keep at bay in my past, but I don't let it shake me. Cut the cord with the edge of my sword, but I'll never find the
Bro, this thing is really long. What is this right now? Wait, are they playing music? I'm gonna get copy striked again. Oops, I thought this was like a poster thing. Anyways, I want to take a quick look at what was this?
那明日方舟呢，已经走过了5年道路。在我们看来啊，今年可能说是需要我们所有人稳定心神、巩固根基的时机。
Right,
也
now
是
the
为了之后
now
的
it's
明
in
日方舟
Mandarin.
能够
Great.
稳定的提供更加优秀的内容。那我们希望通过集成战略玩法，为玩家提供一种全新的挑战和游戏
I guess it's kind of not very accessible for English speakers. It's all Asian languages. Okay, anyways, that was kind of a bit of a sidetrack. And right now, I probably just go back to doing studies. And so this is done now. Poster design for 5th. Let me take a quick look. Oh, I'm looking forward to like the songs that they make for 5th anniversary though. The songs was like especially good. That I really liked it for 4th anniversary. The one with the honeyberry. With honeyberry and well, Suzuran one was also really good. Myrtle was also really good. Is it pronounced Myrtle? M-Y-R? Anyways, I'm gonna nuke this because this is done. And I guess I'll clean this up some other time. It's junk. And we kind of want to go back into doing studies, which I have no idea what I'm gonna do. So just to keep things simple, let's just start with what should I use? B6? Whatever works. Maybe we can start with Modare here. Modare. Where? That's my Twitter. So because in the beginning, I don't know how this is gonna go. I'm just gonna do some random miscellaneous studies and see how I feel about it. And maybe the workflow can spawn naturally from there. And I have 0. I have nothing prepared for this section here. So it's about to get very boring compared to what we were just doing. Also, I need to restart my music. What should I do? Tranquil Jazz? You know what? Let's just replay this. So I don't have to search for it. I have to search for something else anyway. Try to keep things a little bit more flowy. Okay. Just to keep you guys in the loop, let me bring my Twitter over as well. Ooh. But at least Modare doesn't really do any anything that's too explicit. So I don't think YouTube is gonna strike me down here. I'm not expecting to be. You never know. It's trying to make me log in. Bro. Wait, this is not even updated. Why is it not updated? Can I use Pixiv then? I actually use Pixiv then. Okay. So what is it that I want to achieve here? I think I kind of want to just get a little bit used to all the different shapes that Modare uses for hair. Oh, actually, since we're on the topic, I forgot about this thing. I wanted to talk about this a bit earlier, but I have purchased Modare's Colossal course, and naturally, wait, new document doesn't exist. What did I name it? And I apologize because it's about to get very text heavy again, but there's no better way to do this because I don't think it would be very nice of me to show stuff that is paid content on stream. So I'll just briefly go over the process that he does his illustrations and why it's so fast. Because something like this, like he did the 100-day challenge and every day was putting out quality that looks like this. That means at the very least it has to be done within the day. And for some of those selected ones that he streamed, it was taking about 8 hours. 6 to 8 hours. And this was kind of the process they did, that he does. And this is the process that he uses to teach in his Colossal class. And basically he started off the class with something already composed. So it was a rough sketch with the background element with the character sitting on a chair. Oh, actually I can't show the picture itself because that is part of the what's the word? Promotional material. So I think that is available online somewhere. I might have to log in. Ah, shit. I'm so underprepared for this. Am I logged in? I should be logged in. Yeah. Wait, no, I'm not logged in. Alright. I'm gonna grab it somewhere else. AI English dub version of Illustrator. Wait, is this a... Oh no, it's Colossal themselves. Okay, I thought someone did something really bad here. But this is Instagram. It's being a kind of a pain. Yes. Anyways, let's move it over. So this was the image that they did for the class. And basically in the beginning... sorry, where should I put this so that it doesn't get blocked? Let me bring this over here. So unfortunately, I can only find this thing here, given the amount of time we have. I don't want to spend too much time looking. Let me try to avoid the chat that I have on screen. I could also turn it off. But this would do. Okay. So once again, they start off with a sketch version of this. So the character outline, some backgrounds, some of the props, and that's it. And on top of that, they do a preliminary sketch. And in this sketch, it's kind of like just cleaning up the shapes and adding a bit more detail. You basically want to put in as much detail as you are going to have at the end, but it's just with a bit of a messier set of lines. Then on top of that, he does the final line art. So the final line art is interesting in a couple of ways. So first of all, he starts drawing the contour first. Personally, I do every single part. So I would do the hair, I would do the face, I would do the eyes, and then the hair and all that. But he would do like an overall outline of the entire character first. And this is done with a slightly thicker brush. So just to emphasize on the character, you can't really see it at the end here, I suppose. So that's how thin it is. But during the sketching phase, it was very noticeably thicker. And then he was saying that you want to start drawing from the face, right? Because that's where most people would focus their attention on. And you also want to be drawing from the front of the... But whichever part is closer to the viewer, towards whichever part that is further. So that was the order that they were drawing. And then there was some usage of lines to perform ambient occlusion, and this basically just means like, you know how in manga, sometimes underneath the chin, in really tight spaces, in really areas that get very little light, they would shade in extra dark, they would make the lines extra thick. That's basically what that is. In essence, after this entire line sketch, you already get a pretty good presence of the character in the entire scene, because you get the outline, you get the ambient occlusion, and everything else is slightly lighter line, so you get to see the depth, you get to see the character stand out. And this was interesting because when I was looking, watching his videos, I realized that he was drawing very zoomed out. If you look at me draw lines, I would zoom in like all the way to the face like this, but he was drawing when the screen was like this big. So either he has a really large tablet, or that is a strategy to not get too caught up on being too precise on the lines. Probably both. Because compared to my lines, I'm not trying to say that mine are better. I'm just saying that objectively his lines are a lot more sketchy. And he did mention this explicitly too, is that he, rather than focus on drawing one line consecutively in a smooth single action, he would try and conquer it by doing small actions. And not being too particular about the line quality also helps with the efficiency. So up to this point, we can sort of, you know, it's not too difficult to understand. After that, he does base colors, and this is hand-drawn and not using any paint bucket. Not too sure why not using paint bucket, because you can always make things faster by using paint bucket, and there's no reason why you don't want to go faster. But it could also be due to the fact that the lines may not necessarily be perfect, and paint bucket will require cleanup after that. But then again, it's still less cleanup than hand-drawn. But still, he does like hand-drawn using brushes for the base colors, and he made explicitly mentioned that we don't want to be too caught up on tiny details because it's not noticeable at the end. And he separates it by color, material, and parts, which makes sense. And then he further separates it based on back and front overlapping. So for example, this leg in the front and the leg in the back, right? Both of them are technically the same color, the same material, skin. But he put this on a separate layer just so that it can be easily color over. And that's pretty natural. And then, so this part is where things start to get different. So usually after base color and separating by layer, we would just go straight into doing shadows, we would do highlights and stuff like that. He makes one additional step where he mentions that anything that is material, like is an organic material, you don't want to have a flat base color. So skin, hair, even for clothing, if the material is like leather, if it's something that isn't very, very man-made, not like this additional metallic prop here, right? This is obviously metal. So he left that as a singular base color, but everything else he would take like a huge brush, a couple of different brushes actually, with different textures, and he would brush in with various different shades of the color, right? And some of them will look pretty outlandish in some sense. It could be kind of purple looking skin. It looks like almost there's like a bruise there, but the whole point was to just not be too caught up on those things and just kind of put more color into organic areas. And he was also talking about stuff like warmer and colder skin. There's actually a lot of details in the video, but it's in Korean and I have to read the Japanese subtitles and look at the image, so it's kind of difficult. So I only caught some of the stuff here, and slightly more useful in illustration with more characters. Right, so he talked about thinking about whether if the skin is like colder or warmer for certain characters, because different characters have certain different skin tones, and that makes sense. It's just that you usually don't really think about that far. You just kind of have the same color for all the characters and that's it. But I guess because he does a lot of different character illustrations with different characters in them, he is more conscious of what base color every single character is, just to have them be more set apart. And specifically, he also added a little bit more red on the knees, hands, and shoulders, which I don't actually even see it here in the final image, so I'm not really sure what the point was. Do we see it here? Not quite, right? Probably need to zoom. Oh, too much skin, maybe? Oh, I need to log in. Everything's logged in on Chrome. But even... Actually, just looking at the legs here is interesting. The front leg is colder than the back. Not just in like the lighting, but in its entirety. And I think that's interesting. And then... Anyways, that's kind of the base colors. And up to this point, I think it still makes sense to me personally. Something I could do, you know, add more base color. Okay, sure, why not? You know, we could do that. Everything from afterwards is kind of where his expertise, his experience, and his skill really truly shines, because he renders everything on the same layer, which drives me insane. So imagine you have one layer for hair, and everything is on that layer. The lighting, the shadow, the reflected light, the color variations, any form of details, any form of highlighting. Everything's on the same layer. And that makes sense. If you are really good at what you're doing, that makes sense if you know exactly what you want, because you don't have to like screw around with the 10,000 layers that I always have to. But what did I just do? Anyways, so this was the thing that really caught me off guard. That is entirely on the same layer. And in terms of ordering, he starts off with the base colors, the base shadows, sorry. So on the same layer, he will put in the base shadows, and there's no specific order in terms of whether it's darker shadow or the lighter shadow. And because he's always doing it on the same layer, it meant that it doesn't have that traditional sort of anime coloring where you have shadow layer 1, which is kind of lighter, and then shadow layer 2, which is the darker one, and then maybe 3 and 4. Everything is on the same layer. He likes to use a single sort of hard edge brush, and he's just like blending colors. And then the whole time he's making sure that he's maintaining visual on the whole illustration to keep the colors. So this is the part that also drives me insane, is that his colors are almost like straight to the final version. So there's no adjustments. A big reason why I keep everything on different layers is so that I can always just do a quick adjustment. But he probably has enough experience to know exactly why, what the colors he's using is there, or what colors to use. So yeah, it's kind of insane. It's just immediately done. Soft edges is interesting. I like to use, let's say you have like one edge. Oh, this is probably too much. Let's say you have this and you have some kind of a shadow color like this. I like to just blur it with this, and then wonder later how I'm supposed to add more color to the Terminator. But what he would do instead is he would take a brush that has some kind of blending property, or not even blending property, but like even just airbrush, for example. He has this whole method of computing, like mathematically, based on the light, based on the shadow, based on everything in the environment, what kind of color should go in the middle, or what color he should be using. But let's say, for example, that, you know, we don't have that superpower, and we just kind of want to add more color in between. Instead of just blurring, what he would do is for the soft edges, he would explicitly take some color he want to paint in between, and he will put it in using airbrush. So instead of doing this blurring action that I did here, instead of doing this, he would take a brush, choose some color, and then he would just paint in like this. He would just sort of brush in. I don't know what the good color is right here, so it's gonna look really ugly. But and then he will pick a bit, and then he will pick a bit, and then he will change the sizes. And I think there's probably more stuff in his brushes that he didn't necessarily explain, or I didn't see it. But so now we have the shadow colors. We have some kind of blurring, some kind of edges being set. So it's basically one-shotting the painting on the same layer, and you need a lot of experience. The shapes are less precise, and the colors within are less well-formed. So it doesn't really quite look at it here, but in the process, it doesn't feel like he's being too particular with the shapes in the very beginning. It's just trying to get the colors in and get the general idea out. So much less time required, very technically tight explanation for mirror reflections. Yeah, he does a lot of very scientific explanation, kind of like what I did for the modeling of how I think art works. He does that for explaining how light is being reflected, or how colors should be computed. Some of it is kind of interesting, and it's directly, how do I say this, disagreed by other artists on YouTube that I've seen, specifically related to like colors transitions. So I think his method is just finding the in-between directly between two separate colors. For example, he's looking at the RGB values and doing some math to compute it. But some more traditionally trained artists would say to go through gray. So you want to take from one color and go into gray, and then you go to the other color and come out of gray, something like that. So some variations here, but in terms of colors, we will be dealing with that later down the line in the section that's meant to be talking about colors. In the beginning, we're just going to be talking about form, or rather I'll try to learn more about form. I don't have the authority to talk about it because I don't know what I'm doing. Okay, and yeah, that's basically kind of it. So he does shadows first, then the highlights. So for example, like this hair here, which is kind of early now that I think about it. I might have to double check this information, but after that he does some reflected light. So if you look at the hair here, which I might have to just take a screenshot and zoom in. You can see a little bit of purple here. Wow. So like over here, oops. Oh, that's an interesting brush. Wait, what is this brush? Half-tone block. I didn't even know I have such a brush. But there's like a little bit of faded out purple kind of stuff here. That's the reflected light. And that gets done afterwards. After that, what do we have? We have... right, so this face is where all the different colors go in. So we have reflected light. And then we have subsurface scattering for some of the skin here. So you can see like the terminators here are kind of red because of subsurface. Yes. Yes. Yeah, he must have, like, I don't know what kind of training he did for it, but doing the 100-day challenge twice must have really done something for him, because the efficiency is just through the roof, and the amount of knowledge and the experience and the preciseness of the way he does things. He got to save space somehow. It's insane. Like, if you look at his final PSD for the course, it's literally one layer, one part. I'm like, you might as well not have provided the PSD. It doesn't really do anything. Opacity sensitive, pour forever. Yes, I have a lot of pour forever brushes. Most of these are not used. The ones I like are extracted out into here. Even then though, these are not very used. The only brush I really like is this square brush that has a little bit of texture on it. It's my only texture brush that I kind of use. Anyways, coming back to this real quick, we have color variation. The 17 plus 18 refers to the specific course videos that correspond to this. I left a note for myself because I want to take a look at it when I get to the color stuff. But in the meantime, yes. So shadow, highlight, reflected light, subsurface scattering, any other form of lighting effects. Then color variation, where he will go in again, once again on the same layer. He will add some more colors in. So I'm guessing it's some of these reds and stuff that I didn't quite look at too closely at that point for the video. Then after that, we have effects, more textures, and atmosphere. So that refers to, basically, you see this blue glow here, stuff like that. yeah, these tiny glows, I imagine I put in at the end. Overall, there's some kind of layer adjustments and stuff like that. Yeah, I know that sort of work style where people just keep painting over. And today, looking at the Arknights live stream, Nami probably does the same thing, based on the way that they work. So anyways, that's kind of what I wanted to talk about Modare real quick, just because I have the course. I also have another course on a separate Korean artist, but I forgot what the name was. I'll have to look them up again. But they do character design, which may eventually get to. So yes, that's kind of it. And today, I do not know what I'm going to do. I'm just going to start by looking for some references, although this is not very complete. No, it's not Oku, it's what's their name? I only remember the illustration in my head, but I cannot recall what the name was. And I'm not logged in. Rather, I got logged out again. Colosso really likes logging me out. Also, it's kind of stupid. I bought Modare's course on the Japanese Colosso, so the subtitles are in Japanese. I could have bought the English one, so it would have been a little bit easier to understand. I was gonna pick up Korean this year too, but let's focus on art this year. I'm realizing I'm very severely underprepared for this. You know what? Let's just let me just quickly do some interesting stuff behind the scenes. Twitter. Log in. Alright, let me just log in real quick. Oh, hold up. Okay, let's get rid of this here. Oh wait, I forgot it doesn't work. Oh wait, it does work. What? Okay, I always have to remember his handle just because I can never find with Modare, but Soyo? I think I learned about how light fall off works. How's the boundary between light and shadow color shapes? Yeah. There is supposed to be this like holy bible of lighting and color. I forgot what the book is called. I think it might have just been called like lighting and color or something like that. That every artist is supposed to read. I have seen it before and I've vaguely read it before, but I barely remember anything. But it goes through like every single lighting condition. It goes through what kind of contrast you should be thinking about in certain lighting conditions. Hopefully eventually you get to that. So I'm hoping this is not too spicy for YouTube. I've heard stories about YouTube being a little bit too jumpy in terms of... So I don't really know where to start. So... Oh, but I feel like we should maybe focus on illustrations with a single character, because that means his attention is a little bit more focused on rendering one set of hair instead of doing 4 different ones where you probably don't want to spend that much time. So maybe we'll just grab a few here and then try to examine some of the shapes. I think in the beginning it's going to be very, you know, like so what? Like this is how they do it. This is just going to be how it is for them. But once we compare it with someone else, I think we might be able to grab a little bit more, get a little bit more of an idea of what kind of shapes like he likes to use. And oh, is this too spicy? I hope not. I was gonna do a study of this. I was gonna do a study of this on stream, but then I had no confidence of finishing this in one stream. That was before the Ifrit one. Ifrit made me realize that, you know, it's fine. Alright, we have a few. I mean, this is probably good enough. What about hairstyle wise? I think hairstyle we kind of have a bit of a variation here. Yeah, I think it's probably good. I'm just gonna... What should I do here? Let's just get the... Just the head out. Dump them all in like same canvas here. It'll be kind of boring. Boring work. Copy paste, copy paste. Yeah. Oh, wait, what? Bro. I feel so clumsy doing this in front of everyone. That's kind of just how it goes. Oh, I really like how Modare paints the this area, like the neck and the collarbone and like the upper half of the chest. I'm still very reliant on lines, so I think for that specific part of anatomy, I'm going to be absolutely studying the shit out of these. Like here too, like this was amazing. I have a... So this was the illustration Modare used for his 2023 Winter Comic Cat goods. One of the goods. It was I don't know what's it called in English. It's called shikishi. It's that white... It's like a square block where artists like to hand draw stuff and then sign. Like stuff like voice actors, they will sign it for their character name and the kind of stuff like that. Yeah, it was printed though, but that was fine. But that was the art that was used for that. I also got him to sign the Blue Archive book that he was selling. Which is interesting because I never even played Blue Archive. I don't even know anything about Blue Archive. I like the music though, the music's good. I did not know the music was composed by Mitsukiyo, which was like a YouTuber that I used to listen to. Anyways, nonsense over. A lot of yapping today. I did a lot of yapping today. America Kids with Guns. Yes. Yeah, I know the premise, but I don't know like the different factions. I don't know what the interaction between these characters are. I don't know what their relationships are. I just know there's a lot of you know, very interesting art of the characters, who most of them look a little bit too young to be holding guns, but I digress. I need a bigger campers. Oh, I'm just gonna make this smaller here. Dun, 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 dun. Do you think I will get copy striked if I play Blue Archive music? I do really like the music. And we are doing Blue Archive characters, right? I don't know if that's true. I know some of these are. I don't know if all of them are. Man, I'm gonna get destroyed. I think it's worth a try. Like, I used to stream on Twitch, and the good thing about Twitch is that they don't really destroy your stream while you're streaming. They just make that part automatically muted. Is copyright free? Dang. Alright, let's get that going once this current one ends. Yeah, but YouTube, I've heard stories of it just like absolutely destroying people, like taking people off the air just because it's copyrighted. I don't have any of this monetized, so I think that's, in that regard, it's slightly better. What should I do here? My instinct is telling me to just give it a trace first. Actually, I probably shouldn't have gotten a character with hat. What was I thinking? I probably wasn't thinking. Yeah, let's make a folder for... Well, since I have the Japanese keyboard on, I must just put the correct name here then. Let me turn off the keyboard. Character development. My god, I've never felt like this unsure of what I'm doing. Like, I don't know if what I'm doing makes sense. Whenever they say copyrighted, but Nexon in general have been pretty chill with it. Proper credit for source indicating what you did. Okay, I'm gonna be very good with the what's the word? Oh, actually that reminds me, I should probably leave a source for the artist too, even though basically if you watch anime you probably know who this is. Source link. Yes, I want to keep my stuff as clean as possible. So any source, anything that I'm using, I want it to be on screen at all the time. So, and I'm probably never gonna monetize any of these streams, so I don't ever get taken down. It would be really pain in the ass if I spend my time like trying to do stuff on stream to leave a record and then it just all gets taken down and I have to do it again. You know, in the best case scenario. Yeah, like also I'm really curious, like because I know them by the Japanese name. I wonder where all the different names come from. Like maybe that's just how they kind of had like different names on different accounts on different social media. What am I talking about? But the moment I start drawing, my brain just shuts down. I kind of want to get like basically the outline first. We're not really doing head anatomy or proportions so much, but I do kind of need to map things out so that we have a little bit of a reference to go off of. I have a friend who just started drawing, and I've been trying to tell him that you really need to have some kind of structure to your drawing. If not, if you're just doing random sketches, you learn really slowly. And I would know because that's what I did. And this year is the first time I'm really trying to get a bit more control on what's happening with my art. Also, by virtue of the fact that wearing a hat, it's basically not usable. So I'm gonna just, you know, yoink. Bonk. And then, you know, pretend nothing happened. Whoops. Yeah, I can't really see him, I'm just gonna guess. Every time I do this, I feel it just reiterates how big like anime heads are. Look at how much space there is for the dome. Oh my god. Hope you're not doing this very well too, but it doesn't matter too much. I'm just going to... Oh, music ended. Nice. Let's get Blue Archive on. Let's just do the normal one. I know there's an orchestral version. Oh, it's the first one that popped out. There's a complete OST that's 2.5 hours long. We might actually get to hear the entire thing. Wait a second. What time is it? It's been 2 hours since we started. I can go for like another 2 at least. Oh shit. 1 second. Alright. I'm ready. Let me get my mute. Is it playing? What is it doing? Oh, there we go. We might have to do some adjustments throughout. I don't know how loud it is. Fab, you'll be in Japan. Fab? Is there something in Fab? The only thing I know that happens in Fab that's art-related is a comic cat for furries in Japan. I think it's in Fab. I'm not 100% sure though. Is it too loud for you guys? It's kind of loud for me. If it's too soft for you guys, let me know. I can turn up the music just for you guys. Yuki Festival. Oh, is that the one in Sapporo? Nah, I won't be in Japan for like a long time, I imagine. Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out my stupid music source thing. Where is my text? Copy, duplicate, and then I'm sorry, where'd it go? Oh, it's up top. It's locked now. Oh my god. Fumbling. Ooh, archive. OS. Okay. Alright, please do not sue me next time. I play Maple Story. I'm a big fan. Alright. I can't wait to see my YouTube turn red. Okay. Not quite round over here. Yeah, I probably won't be in Japan for a while. The next time I go to Japan, I want to... It would definitely be like at the very least next year. Not because I can physically go. It's just because Japan is like this interesting magical wonderland. And whenever I go to Japan, which is only twice, and the first time being like over 20 years ago, which I do not remember. So I only really been there once, memory-wise, and that was last year. And it's a weird place. Like, I don't mean it in like a bad way. I mean it in like a very unique way. Like, the vibes that you get from Japan is something that you can only get from Japan. I think you guys know what I'm talking about. And I feel like just because like sometimes when you go to a new place, you sort of get like inspiration, right, of new ideas and new things that you want to do. And I want to be able to have the ability to do that the next time I go to Japan, so that I don't waste this sort of inspiration, if you know what I'm talking about. Because a lot of these thoughts, you have it at the moment and then it's just gone. If you're unable to capitalize and make it happen, it's just kind of gone. So the next time I go, it would be after I stabilize my art style. It would be after we do a lot of the things on the roadmap. So get better at doing everything in general. Actually, even just the roadmap itself is not going to be enough. It's missing a lot of stuff that's related to backgrounds and environment. How do you draw the head from the front? No idea. I have zero like proper anatomy knowledge. I just kind of go about my day looking for references and keep finding until I find one that is enough. So we have the underlying head here, and I kind of want to block out the shapes just to see how it's like. Yeah, let's just do that first. I have some other thoughts in my head, but I don't think it's very important. So we have the big shapes. So let's say here we have the big shape. And I guess it's like underneath, and then this kind of overlaps. Man, my hands are not very stable today. I haven't drawn anything today. Does this make sense? Is this useful? Okay, you know what? We have to commit to some idea first and see if it works. If I doubt myself for the whole way, it's never gonna work out. Wait, what does the hair look like actually? I'm kind of confused. So it's only on this side. I guess that's how it's tied up. I guess it helps to know what the characters are supposed to look like beforehand. Like this line here too is very interesting. Like, I don't know how to explain it. There's just some stuff when you're drawing, and at that point in time you sort of think about it, and after that you sort of forget about it. I'm always very curious. Like, it always felt weird to me. How should I say this? Like, this line here specifically for this kind of hairstyle, this line here always felt kind of weird because I don't know how it's supposed to interact with this top cut. I guess this is like almost straight here before it starts to branch out. It's not like it branches out like this. It depends on character, I suppose. Probably overthinking this. But these are all the same things that always run through my head every time I draw. So since like you guys are here, I might as well just vocalize it. This specific curve, yeah. And then in the back, wait, let me see. Do they render a lot here? Not a lot. In fact, there's like some interesting shape that I don't know what's happening. I would probably just do a single line and call it a day. Maybe something like this. Oh shit, that's the wrong layer. Goddamn. Happens every day. Oh, another thing to note that is, it's kind of interesting, but like, I say that this is like a study, but it's not exactly like a study. The objective here isn't necessarily to replicate what they do exactly. Oh shit, I'm already autopiloting. It's more of like just trying to integrate it into my own style and workflow. So we won't be trying to try to get everything looking the same. Just trying to get for a few, and after that it would just be whatever that comes out of my head automatically is what's gonna come out of my head. Oh, I don't know what's happening here. So we have a layer in the front that's kind of thinner, and then a one in the back. Okay, maybe it's easier to draw it like this. You can see the colors. So we have a block here, and then we have another block in the back. And then I'm just gonna focus on the front part here for now. I would add one more line here maybe. Interesting, because this shadow sort of implies that there's maybe something here. Where we have the line, we have the standard one block in the middle. Then we have the left and the right. In this case is a bit more front. And then the other side. Then the sides. Oh my god, the sides. What in the hell? Looks like it's from... This is going to the back already. So if we just look at this part here, it's kind of like this. And the other side is almost invisible. And it's even stuff like this that's interesting too. Like, we start to notice that, oh, you know, they don't really care necessarily too much about the fact that there's one on this side, but there isn't necessarily a corresponding one on this side. Like, this kind of just disappears. Where does this go? But even in, like, yeah, like we realize that this is the case, but overall we realize that it also doesn't affect anything. And that's kind of how you can, like, that's how I feel like I need to do, to do a bunch of these to sort of learn how to let go of being too precise. I put too much logic into drawing, so. I forgot where I saw this, but recently I saw like a tutorial someone posted on Twitter. I think it was in Mandarin, I can't quite remember, but they were basically saying that this is how I draw this thing. And then at some point in time in the later part of the tutorial they said that just draw with your heart, not with logic. I'm like, damn. Then this part has two specific blocks. So we have, oh, even this shape as well. I don't have this shape in my muscle memory. Dang. It's like straight and then curved. So this. Oh, and this one is specifically very interesting because of how much jagged stuff there is here compared to the other ones. So I would classify this as one block. And what about this part? I see like this, and then we have the inside. Okay, let's turn this blue. And this part as well. And then it's asymmetrical, okay. Yeah, so kind of like this. Oh wait, why did I skip this? What? AFK? I would classify this as one, right? And then this is this. It's kind of arbitrary how I'm grouping these together, but I think it's okay. As long as there's some structure in the way that we're doing things, it should mean that it's replicable later when we try to do it for our own art. What is going on here? The bundle just starts and disappears. Where'd it go? Maybe it's here. Kind of like this. Art is always very tricky. You're not supposed to draw with too much logic, but without logic it also doesn't make any sense. You need logic in there so that the patterns are like repeatable and there's a big structure, it's consistency. But with too much, you just get stuck. Okay. So I think how I will approach this is that, let's say for example, I'm drawing and I came out with these basic shapes. The next step that I want to do would be to be able to break it up. So we can maybe start from there and think about how, like, let's see how it is being broken up. And maybe there's two types. So let me keep track of my progress here. So we have the initial stage, which is the head form. And then we have the second stage, which is the bigger shapes slash forms. And then on top of that, we kind of want to break it down into so breaking it up. Okay. What shall we do here? I don't need the head now, it's being distracting. It's kind of hard to see too. So let's see, there's two different ways to break it up, I think. There's the tip itself. We have different ways of finishing off the tip here. And then we also have different ways of adding details to the middle of it. And relatively speaking, I think Modare's style is a lot simpler compared to some of the other ones we might go through in the future. It mostly just revolves a few lines. And then mostly everything else is just color. But the color themselves are not very specifically... It's not very tight, like the edges are not specifically hard. Just kind of there. It's a little bit fuzzy. Alright, let's start with the first group first. Let's call this... What should I call this? A? How should I group this? Damn. Let's do tips. See how we figure out the tips here. So this is pretty straightforward. We have just the main with a tiny thing in the side. Let's see if the color coding can help here. And this one is just completely ending. Like this just ends. These just ends. So overall it's very clean. And this was the original shape, right? So, oh wait, how should I do this? We should base off of it. Based off of the original thing. Alright, then let's do it like this. Oh, I just erased the text too. I can't do that. So this is just this. And this is just this. So specifically, I think I can think of this as cutting in. And this is branching out, right? And this is branch. Finally feel like I'm doing something that's worthy of being called a study. Trying to put things into my head in a more structured way. So we have a cut in, we have the thing. So in this case here, we kind of have this cut here. And these cuts here. Right, because the overall shape is still flat, as according to the original. So these should qualify as cut-ins. And this is by the logic that we have here. And this might be classified as a branch out, because the main shape is here. So maybe this is a branch. And what about these guys? Maybe both? Yeah, you probably don't want to stick to the logic too strictly, but still, what would this be? This is kind of like a branch by itself, right? This is kind of like a branch by itself, and this kind of branches off of the other ones too, where if this was the main guy. Okay. Okay. Feel like we're making some progress. Feel like we were learning. Ooh. The main shape is this, right? So we have branches. I feel like I'm like a kid in like tuition, and then like the teacher's asking questions, and I'm just like, is that right? I do not know. And obvious branch over here. And what do we have here? So this is just kind of like a cut, and these are just lines in there, so that will classify as the other section of adding lines. Over here, the form itself is also not necessarily very clear. In fact, what is going on here? Why is there a white shade here? What is that? Empty space. Void. But this one line here does feel like branches. And this here is just, I don't know what's happening here. It's kind of like what Min does as well. Some parts of the hair that Min does and the clothing pose, I just really do not know what's happening. And it really does feel like that is the whole point. Just have enough details there that it looks the part and just forget about it. Alright, we have more branches here. It's mostly branching then, right? This. So we don't have anything that cuts in like this. Like this could have been cut like this. Or maybe that could have been cuts here. I think it's very useful splitting into layers like this. Overall, like at the end, we're gonna get to see all the different shapes that he uses. Interesting. This is basically just the original sort of block. Unless we have grouped it like this, then in which case these would be cuts. But no need to be too pedantic about the whole thing. So if this was the case, we just kind of have some tiny branching here. And then we kind of call it a day. Maybe this could be like a cut in. Let's just let's do C and B. Writing is too pain in the ass. There's also stuff like this specific area here. So if you have two groups here, and then you sort of add like a little bit on this side. So this part is like dark. Kind of what this is. Maybe that could be like a different thing that we can think about later. This here is also kind of off. We have stuff coming out maybe. Again, it's pretty hard to tell necessarily. Let's move on here. This is also pretty clean. Also, this is a good opportunity to take a look at how he does this part in particular, because a lot of times the hair overlaps the eyes. For my own, I've recently taken a liking to I guess I could briefly explain this just because we are talking about this right here. Like this effect here, by the way I'm doing it is that I have a so I will have a folder for eyes. So all the stuff in the eyes would be in this folder, right? And then usually, because eyes being as important as they are, they're actually in front of the hair, and which I call the front hair because I usually split the front and the back separately, just for layer management. So this is usually on top of this, and I'll do all the rendering. So this front hair, this front hair would have like a bunch of stuff clip onto it. So maybe the shadow, the lighting, and so on and so forth, right? Everything is clipped to this layer here. And this is on top. So what I will do is I'll make a copy of this hair. I'll bring it up to the top. I'll do front hair to the top, and then I'll clip this down. My positioning is not very good. So this is merged. I'll clip down to the eye, so it only affects the parts of the eyes. And when the moment you do it, it will be blocking this out completely, right? It will look like this. And you can imagine what I'm talking about. So it would just cover everything up like this. And then what you do, what I do after that is I just take a clipping mask. So plus clipping mask. And then this is basically at 50% opacity. So this is how I handle the part that covers, because I find that it tends to cover more than it doesn't. So anyways, this is a bit sidetracked. And we can see, in this case, it's very minor, I think. It doesn't really cover too much. But it's kind of there. Yeah, I mean, what am I talking about? The eye takes precedence, essentially. Because this part, the eye takes precedence. Now I'm kind of curious, like, in this case it's not. Oh, in this case it's kind of similar. So opacity. Let me think about this. How will he do this? Because he does everything on one layer. That means that the hair itself is a layer on top of everything. And for this part, I don't think they erase opacity. They will probably paint the eye on top. Huh. Wait, is it in the Wait, let me just take a real quick look at the example. Oh. Okay, I might make a note of this. So let me take a look at this off stream. And I can report back to you guys next week, but because it is in the colossal one. I think the colossal one seems to have some overlap of the eye. So let's see how he handles that. So reference colossal report. Audience notes. Alright, next. Let's carry on. Getting sidetracked. But alright, I was doing this. Let's finish this real quick. This one is simpler. So this one group, we're just branching out. So this is kind of like branching off of the main path here. This is just one branch. This is kind of, I guess, branching out. And then maybe like a cut here. Strictly speaking, if this was the grouping, this would be the cut. Now they're basically the same thing, to be honest, at this point. Which is why you're gonna put that on the same layer anyways, so... Alright, this is interesting, right? Such a... If this was the shape, and this is like a huge cut in, we could also have split this into this part and this part. But I think this shape looks kind of weird. I feel like it tends to be both sides are curving out. That's like the general shape here, which is why I grouped it like this. But in that case, this would be, and then we have a bunch of cut-ins from the original line here. Again, it could be either one, and then this branch. And these guys are like branching out from this big branch over here. And these guys are maybe a little bit. A bit more branching. And then the one itself is kind of okay. And this one as well. Okay, we kind of have these. So these are ones that actually come out of the actual thing. That's view B. So these are within the shapes itself. So we're gonna highlight all the lines here, basically that's inside. And I want to take note on the pen pressure. I want to see if he does anything special with the pen. Not necessarily, I think. I don't see any strong patterns here. There are some variations in the line width. Like this here is obviously heavier than some of the other parts. This also feels flatter and bigger and stuff like that. Thinner lines. Not sure if it's just... Because I'm imagining he's using the same pen doing this. You know what? I do want to double check. Since I have the course. Is this line art? Do not know. In the meantime, we just break down the shape here. Trace some lines here. might not have enough res, but some amount should be. Just a little bit of line should help us a lot already. And a thing that really annoys me, not annoys me, but something that I really want to keep track of as well is the spacing between the lines. Because in R, you generally try to avoid patterns unless that's what you really want. So even like here, it seems like it's almost evenly split into thirds. And that kind of interests me because, you know, either it doesn't really stand out too much to them, or that's fine. No, I don't know what I'm trying to say. But yeah, I feel like stuff like that bothers me a little bit. I don't know if it's like OCD or something like that. Doesn't feel like it should matter too much, but sometimes it does. I'm just like, that's exactly 1/3. Is that okay? Does that matter? Don't know. Wait, no, that's extra. That's not related. So we have a line here. So this technically comes out. So maybe not quite the same kind of line. Also, what is this? What is this? It's just a loop here. Bruh. I'm gonna try to exclude stuff that I don't understand, because I won't be able to replicate it anyways. Oh, it's a different layer. Fine. Yeah. I wonder how this is gonna go with Min. I'm gonna do it with Min later. So we can compare and see like what kind of shapes and stuff. But man, Min has a lot of lines. Wait, this is the main block of the group, so it's okay. So again, once again, I'm trying to do this so we can try to recognize some patterns and integrate it in to our own process. Oh my god, what's happening here? So this kind of comes out but underneath, right? So these are like just lines. That one is that specific chunk there, so I'm gonna ignore it. We just want the ones that are in the hair that doesn't seem to necessarily be representing... Well, it is representing a specific shape actually, now that I think about it. What's the difference? I guess there is some kind of difference, but I don't know how to express it just yet. This is especially complicated. I guess you spend extra time on this specific piece. Kinda. This here is especially clean. Just one line, 2 lines. Oh wow, this is very slick. Am I looking at it right? There's like a dark line here, and then is it me or is this like some whitish stuff here too? Yeah, actually. What am I marking out exactly? Am I marking out the lines that he has drawn or the lines that he is actually creating visually? Because there isn't strictly a line here then, right? Is it? No, there is a line here. Oh, there is a line here that goes through. It is darker everywhere. Okay. Grab. And then here. Kinda. Oh, and here too, there's a lot. So almost like 1/3, 1/3 again. But this is like coming together. And this is like coming together. I feel like there's a lot of these double line structures. Like this is like double line, double line, double lines. Tend to converge at the tip. And be a little bit more spaced apart in the middle. But not 100%. Some variations. Nothing specific, I think. Okay, what have we learned? I'm not sure. I guess we could give it a try by like just practicing. So you have a big shape here, and then it ends some way, right? It ends somehow, and then we can cut into it. Maybe bring out a little bit more. Add some lines. And I call it a day. Merry Christmas. Couple weeks late. Maybe there isn't too much to be learned here. I'm not 100% sure. We probably have to compare a little bit more before we get something out of this. And also there's a lot more complexity to other forms as well. The bun here, the braid, and the long flowy hair. What should I do first? Let's get some long hair in first. And we are looking for stuff that flows a lot. So let's grab some more. Oops. Barely visible. Okay. This is good. Oh, very good, very good. Long straight hair. Oh, I remember when I was making the ass video. I was trying to come up with a way to draw hair as well for ass in ass style. Trying to figure out how to break the shapes out, and I just couldn't figure it out. And straight hair was like especially hard because where do you put in the variations? The only lines you can put in a straight line, and it just looks so boring. But then now I realize that, you know, after looking at Min's stuff, makes sense. You should just leave it empty because then you get to put more detail somewhere else and not overcomplicate everything. So I gotta embrace the simplicity a little bit more. Oh yeah, like this. Can we even learn anything from this? I don't know if there's necessarily any structure here. It looks like it's just one blob and then lots of colors. Like stuff like this in the back. I think this is a bit too difficult. Oh, some more interesting shapes here, actually. So block, and then a little bit of variation, a bit of lines. Everything else is represented by the rendering. Okay. Okay. Let's get some of these going first. This is slightly insane though. This is not quite the usual kind of flowy hair. Wondering if it's relevant at this current stage. Oops, let me nuke my own art here, I don't need it. So group 1, group 2. Oh, did I save it? Shit, I didn't even save it. Let's call this hair. There we go. Hope it's not too noisy for you guys, the music. Hoping eventually we get to create our own music for our own channel. No more worries about copy strike. Wait. So one group here, smooth, couple of lines, couple of lines, couple of lines. A lot more lines. Oh wait, hang on. Right. That makes sense. We should be a bit more aware of the. Right, I was too caught up with identifying the line. Forgot to think about why it like this. So the tips are split up because, you know, hair doesn't naturally bundle together 100%. The lines are showing what exactly? Somewhat overlapping forms. Which means that it makes sense that there's more in areas that's more concentrated. Okay. I'd be a bit more aware of this. So basically on the sides. Oh, let me bring this, the one that we saw in Alice, right? I think this character is called. I feel like she has a lot of fans. Bonk. Alright. Merch. And let's just quickly do all the other stuff too. So black. Let's go. Oh, it's invisible. So the main group. Why is even the main group here? Well, I guess it would be this. I think that's fine. My hands are not obeying me. What am I looking at? Wait, where does the hair go? Oh wait, she's lying on a pillow? No? What was happening with the hair here? It just like stops. Interesting. It's stuff like this, right? Like when you're drawing, you'll be really like in tune with like looking at this. You'll be like, oh wait, you know, this looks weird. This looks, I don't understand it or stuff like that. But at the end of the day, when you're done with everything, you realize like, oh, I didn't even realize that in this pink picture. Maybe I can like just, you know, not think about it too hard. Really got to see more of this to learn to be able to know where to draw the line between like too much logic and just kind of just group like this, I guess. And then the back. And then we'll just leave that as this. So the red stuff for the tips, but we don't actually have any, now that I think about it. So we're just gonna do the lines here. So we have lines here. And a lot of it over here, right? Doesn't seem to necessarily have a specific thing here. This is just this group here. Yeah, I kind of just want to bring mention to this with this. So if the lines show overlapping form, yeah, you know what? Let's not bother writing too much. My handwriting is shit. So it's kind of like floating. Just put more on like where the points are, where there's more tension, I guess. More stuff bundled together. Oh yeah, more stuff bundled together makes sense. So line equals overlap. And so tight areas equals more overlap. Equals more lines. Okay. Alright, let's go back to getting more long hair. Okay. Too big for my screen. I'll leave the bot out of this just so we're not distracted. Keep the screen a little bit cleaner. There's probably also a little bit more classification here because we have hair that's resting, we have hair that's in action, emotion over here, and resting again. So maybe I should group these a bit better. More action versus... Alright, yoink. This is long hair. More stuff in resting, I guess. Man, like 80% of my screen are ties, bro. How do I convince someone that I'm only looking at the hair? Is this even useful actually, this part? Because it looks kind of messy. It's kind of hard to tell, to pull out exact forms here. Oh wait, but... do I have plans for a Discord server? I don't have plans for a Discord server for the main reason that I don't want to moderate it. I feel kind of bad that the premise of my train of thought is that people are gonna be, you know, rude, or people are gonna mess it up, but you know, that is my premise here. So I feel like if I want to make one, I do really need moderation. Hey, wait, what? Oh, it's over here. Yeah, but I do feel like it would be nice to have some avenue that for people to contact me if they would like. Whether if it's for advice or anything. I have friends that ask me for feedback on their stuff. You know, if you feel like I'm qualified to give any form of feedback, that is. I will premise that by saying that my feedback is very biased to my own personal liking. But I will make it known though. I'll be like, oh, I feel like I would do this differently, but that's just me, you know. Is this too much? You know, you can never have too much. I'm trying to recognize patterns here. So the more the better. Oh, actually this is... Oh wait. I didn't have it quite here. You know what? Let's break it out into two parts then. We have one on top and one at the bottom. I guess everything's kind of big. Let me group everything together. Eventually, Discord server and stuff. I think like eventually I'm actually kind of looking forward to it, is that I'll be doing I'm making a VTuber, right? I'll make an avatar for myself. And then from that point on, I might attempt to do more other forms of streaming. Hopefully I'm more comfortable and more capable of you know, just streaming, because I don't think I'm that entertaining when it comes to games. Even it's not much. I don't know what to talk about. So, but I do kind of want to give it a try just to have a feel. I think that's probably enough. Wait, hang on. Let me see if I can get more hand action. Something that's really flying. Like character art has that rule where you're supposed to kind of have like 80% of your canvas be covered with character, which by nature means that a lot of the hair is going to be out of screen. Unless it's like a main part of your appeal, like Ask. Oh, we should probably do Ask again. Ask style is so precise. feel like I can okay, no, this is fine. Probably good enough for now, right? I can see the flipping of the ribbon, so it's not too bad. We might be able to come out with something close, even without this. Oh, this is interesting too. Like this one line here, this one line spawned into like a huge bundle here. Like I personally don't really like this because it doesn't make any sense. But looking at it here, it actually doesn't really matter too much. Like a tiny line into like, whoa, where did all this volume come from? How about over here? Very thin too. Wait, when was this drawn actually? Oh, it's 2 years, so 3 years. 2 years ago? Okay, we probably have enough then. We're pretty far back at this point. And styles change over time anyways. So if we go too far back, we might end up with stuff that's contradictory. And then let's quickly wrap this up and then we can move on to someone else. I feel like this is not a very efficient use of space, but oh, what the? Wrong button. Okay, same thing again. We're gonna group by the main group, and then we're going to try to see how it's broken up. And for the main focus on. Actually, no, let's just do everything. Everything that we can get our hands on. So, would I group this as one group? They have like the middle group, right? But it doesn't always like that. So let's just do it like this then. And here. And here. Oh wow, how do I do this actually? I've chosen like a really insane one too. That represents one group. This entire thing is one group actually. But there's no point if I do it that way. Let's come back to this later. Might get a better idea later. Yeah, okay, this is like maybe very, very specialized for this specific type of hairstyle. So I guess the head is not entirely visible. There should be another group here. And another group here. Yeah, same problem again. Maybe we should identify the faces. So just the group. How would I draw this actually? I would be doing this. Like this, right? So how would I draw this? Like this? Two faces. And then I guess it's somewhere here. Yeah, this is entirely sort of different from before. And then this here is just kind of, I don't know what's going on. There's one flip. Like this. Oh, wait. That means the way that I'm thinking about it is that it's a singular face. Maybe like It's a bit hard to read, but so I think it makes sense. Okay, so for the front-facing ones, it's grouped into these kind of general shapes, these commonly seen shapes, and this is one face of it. It will be the outer face. But for the flowing hair, they are usually like, you know, modeled by a ribbon, right? So I think then when we are doing the general grouping of the shape, we are basically sort of following the way that the ribbon is flipping. So if this is like the top half, this is like the bottom, and then when it comes back out, it'll be the top half again. So it's kind of like twisting this way, and then coming out from the other side like this. So that's kind of how I'm gonna probably split the long hair. So this is all one face here. Whereas this guy here is like the bottom, and the top here. The bottom here, top here. Still top here. Maybe bottom. Does it matter too much? Yeah, but Koharu's one is pretty straightforward. So we have this and this. Now what about this? What is happening here? Up. So by the lighting, this is the top. Some kind of top anyways, over here. And then it's coming out into the bottom. I don't know what's happening in the back. Maybe it's just merging like this. So we have the top. And then it flips into the bottom, right? So this is kind of clear. Definitely feels a lot more free and a lot less structured than the top necessarily. Which is cool. It just means that when we're drawing, we probably use less logic and more references for generic shapes. So I don't have to be too particular about it here. So what is this? If this is one face, this is flipping it over. So there's like some kind of a structure here. If this is one face, this here is flipped over. Kind of. What is going on here? Unknown. And this is just a blob. Right, that's a blob. And these are just ribbons that comes down. This is a blob. This is a ribbon that has the front here. And that's kind of it. So it's kind of just a ribbon on the front. And then the lighting is probably some kind of cast shadow from the back. But, might be at the limits of using logic. It might just be introduce more complexity kind of deal. Like this is obvious. Top, inside, right? Outside and inside. So does this mean that this is... No, not necessarily. This could also be top. It's coming down this way. But the lighting is here. Yep, I'm pretty sure we're officially not able to use logic anymore. I don't know what I'm looking at. Question mark? Question mark? Alright, let's ignore that. Let's just look at branches real quick. And then the insides. Outside. 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 These spiral things are really hard to manage. But I see HUDs, I suppose. And then we have these outliers that come out. Yeah, let's ignore that. It's not too important. I guess this itself is an outlier. Huh? This is a bit too much of a special case. Yeah, not necessarily a lot of branching, because this wouldn't really be called a branch. It's more of like an entire group by itself. The general shape, right? Empty spaces, negative spaces. Oh, does that mean that the group is this, and then this is the empty space? Possibly. The group is this, and this is the empty space? Nah, no way. That's not gonna be helpful anyway. Oh, actually, yeah, we should grab the strands of hair that's kind of floating around too, just so we can get a feel of what kind of balance that he goes for, how often to put it and where. There's a lot of it here, but it's mostly because of the volume of hair here as well, I think. Empty spaces. Though this is probably not a good way of thinking about it, because it's probably just formed based on other different drawings. But this feels kind of like drawn in. I don't know. But it's okay. We just highlight the shapes. And try to make use of it. Helps us see the pattern. I don't know if this makes any sense here anymore. Leave it. I've seen these circles before in Ask's hair a lot. So a lot of strands of hair actually. Over here, have a bit of the branching. These would count as branching, right? It's kind of branching out and then coming back in. Yeah, it's a lot hotter over here. So try to make sense of everything that we're seeing. This is actually a branch. Not too much. I guess it's complex enough. It's also kind of hard to spot at this point. So these ones I really like to know, because the long hair on the straighter-ish sections, you kind of can only use these lines to break it up. And I guess these are just intertwining sections. This line is obviously pushing the... direct part for us. I'm finding myself just highlighting a shape now. The individual groups though, not quite the original way we're doing it anymore. Did I even do the red stuff here? Oh, I forgot. Oops. So you have the group and then you're cutting it up. Okay. Don't know what is this? Let's get the tips down real quick. So this is the group. So this is branch, a bit of branch coming out. This is just, it's kind of hard to group those anymore. I feel like we've done our best. And this is just a question mark, question mark, question mark. I guess the least we could do is just at least group it out. Well, I don't know if this is gonna be useful. In the meantime, it doesn't necessarily feel like I've gained a lot from doing this. Probably have to try to use it. But before that, I think maybe doing min as well to get a bit of a comparison going. Oh yeah, there's 400,000 viewers. Oh no, it's 400,000 total views, I think. What are they doing now? Let me just mute it so it doesn't accidentally blow up. Oh my god, look at this. Are they introducing characters? The E2R is just like, oh my god, the, what's that called? Power creep. There's a technical skills creep. It's just getting more and more insane. This was the interview, so that's where we left off. This is all new stuff. Some events, I guess. Yeah, we gotta take a look at this one. This has insane textures. And then some more spoilers. Okay. Limited by broadcaster, I see. Min has 7 ends here. Okay. Oh my god. This is gonna be more insane with Min's hair. The thing about Min's hair that I find very unique was the way that it bends. It has a lot more, what was the word, like squarish angles. It's a lot less flowy in certain parts. It just sort of gap. Like this angle here. It just cuts. Although in Min's case, it actually helps a lot that there's lines. We know exactly what line art that they're doing. It just gets crazy some parts. Oh, let's grab some. Ideally without pets. This might be too small. You don't have the resolution to see. These characters are... I guess that's the thing about Min, they only do like huge key visuals. It's kind of hard to get a good close-up. Gonna have to work with what we got though. Whatever that we can see easily, I get it. Oh, we've technically done this, but I might as well grab it. Try to decipher this long part. Yeah, I got flowy stuff here. And this is also pretty interesting. Close-ups here. Oh yeah, it's like a whole series too. And then the shoe. What was this? Ah, right. Sunset one. This one is the one I really like the colors of. Okay, probably enough here. Man, I'm getting pretty tired, but we're gonna keep going. Group. Okay. Let's go. Yeah, if you snooze, you lose. If you what's that? If you rest, you rust. If you snooze, you lose. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And let me swap the reference link up so we are consistent. Bam. Okay. At least a 50% slowdown in the way that my brain thinks right now. Let's try to bring it back up. Let's grab it. Why not? It's pretty clear. It's hair anyway, so male character should do fine too. Wait, what? Yeah, no, grab this. Must have zoned out. Forgot to paste. Try to get the same-ish angle here. Wait, did I forget the... No, this one doesn't have it. I'll do Amiya for this one. I think Ross one is a little bit too insane. Like this part is just... Although Papa could be usable. Gotta balance out the sizes too. Okay. I think relatively speaking, Min has a lot more tiny, what do you call it? Like the tips of the hair are like more numerous and more tinier. More tinier. This kind of, yeah, this is about as small as we can make these ones. Getting a bit too greedy with the number of stuff that we're doing here. Should probably start with this since it is the highest quality. Group 1, Group 2. I think these are not very visible. It's too small. Wait. Saving it for long hair. This part we want to grab explicitly the long hair. I think we have way more than enough short. The front part. Lot. ちはいいや。これもいい。I'll keep this up for reference, I guess. Although we're not really doing a study, but I feel like it's very rare to get to see like mints in such high resolution. Just because most of it is just ripped from the game. And they most definitely try to keep it as low res as they could. Yo ho ho ho. 1. Up. And save. Also stop doing the head shape. Because not much point, I suppose. Always kind of dubious which one is better. Okay, let's do it like this. This is overlapping. Mid has a lot of overlapping structures. I think Modare doesn't have as much, right? That's one tiny strand there. This is one strand here. This has a bit more, but only on the side. Yeah, it's generally pretty clean in that regards. Over here is kind of okay. But there's overlap tiny bit here, tiny bit here. It keeps in a lot. Oh, for this has a lot, I think. Although in some of these, it's because she's lying down. So it flips up. But even this is overlapping. This is not so much, but it just has a lot of complexity. Okay. Secrets of the universe. How should I do this? It'd be like this, I guess. And what about this side? Similar, right? Because that's a group that comes out here. Kind of. What about this? What? Oh my god, dude. We have lots and lots of different sections here. And then this is like one group here. And something happens in here. I don't know what this character's hair usually looks like, but probably something here. Would I classify this as one? And then one like this? Makes sense. You have a group that's in front and one that's further around the back this way. Group? 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 Probably like a group. Kind of like this. But because she's laying down, it just kind of sits. So the group is kind of like this then. With hair that's in front that's coming down and overlapping. As well as in the back. But personally, I would probably fold it under. This is the study video that we did. This is more like this. Two sides, and then the ones in the back. Group. Not sure what's happening here. Yoink. Yoink. Overlap should be done so that way. Be more aware of it? But how would I even handle stuff like that? Oh, did I forget about this? I must have. Because this is obviously overlapping. Oh, wrong layer again. Oh, wrong layer. Oh. Yeah. Okay. Too much chaos here. No, this is like. Not quite the same, but I would do something like this. With the main block, and then something comes out. This structure doesn't make a lot of sense to me. So it's a short hair that's in front, and then the back one's like doing something weird. Oh, if it doesn't make sense, there's not much I can do about it. Off the blue stuff, we cut in, we come out. That makes sense. Come out, come out. Some kind of structure and come out. Branching, cutting in, and branching. This can even be considered a branch that comes out of the main head. Stuff. This. Cut. And then the lines. Which doesn't seem to have a lot. That doesn't seem to be a lot. Let me double check. So these lines don't necessarily, some of them go up to a specific ending here, like a tip. Some of them just exist in the middle, kind of by itself. Exist in the middle, exist in the middle. This goes out though. This is kind of like in the middle. These guys are kind of like in the middle. In the middle. We have these lines, I suppose. This doesn't necessarily go out to a tip. This is overlapping, this is a tip here. This also goes out. No, not a lot, but these over here, there tends to be more. So Min tends to do more definition at the tip here. Although I just didn't draw it though. Although to be fair, in this case here, it's not as distinct. It could be one thick line and color over. But in Min's case, it's very obvious that there's lines and then there's color. Lines and then color. Separated out. So over here, there's lines and then there's color. This is a bit too low res though. Not much I can do here. This one has like stuff. What is going on here? It's like a rose. Question mark, question mark. Yeah, this I cannot replicate. I don't know what's happening. Not a lot of these lines. Somewhere to define this one. This doesn't go out. Stays inside. This too. Probably overthinking into this because I feel like Min is a lot more free when it comes to the lines. Just probably putting down whatever that sort of makes sense, and then letting composition and lighting and colors carry most of the weight. Yeah, probably shouldn't be too worried about this. Mostly just the variations in terms of the tips here. Blah. Trying to slur my words. 1 AM. Okay. A lot of these are overlapping structures. Let me see. Although at this point I cannot even see anything. Overlapping. This is kind of a lot rarer over here on Modara's side. But here I feel like there's a lot of like coming. Oh, a bit too light here. This is like specifically made to so if this is like the front side here, this is specifically coming out over on top. This one here, it's got that like flipped over kind of feel. But also not necessarily. What is it I'm feeling then? How do I make it more structured? Yeah, it feels like this. It feels like it's flipping from the other side, from the other edge here. So from the other edge I'm flipping in. And then from this one, it is, I can't really see. But in this case here, it's not flipping from the other edge. It's just kind of a continuation of this block. It isn't like coming out this way. So I think that's the difference, but we have a lot. This feels like kind of like that. I don't feel like this is seen a lot on the other side, on Modara's side. Maybe it's just overthinking it. Overlapping. Oh yeah, I said I wanted to stop from this. Really forgot. It's 1 a.m. I can feel my head starting to hurt a little bit, but we ball, we keep going. Although to be fair, I'm kind of starting to lose track of what I'm trying to do here. Oh my god, my wrist. You know, eating ice cream out of a tub is very painful for your wrist, but yeah, what am I trying to do here? I'm trying to find out if there's any specific rule of vibe that we can get. Or trying to add detail to the hair, because that's kind of where I get stuck on each time. I think I know what I'm missing. I should try it out once, just to see exactly where I'm missing it. Yeah, I might have to cut this short and just jump in real quick and see how it feels like. But before that, maybe just a quick look at the hair, the long side. It's kind of hard. Which way should I do this? Because this is also kind of hard to see. Maybe like this. So front side. Oh, yeah, I'm on the wrong layer. Front side, and then the back side. And what is this? Oh my god. So this looks like one side, this looks like the outer side. It comes back in and gets covered over this way, so it's like this. Keeping inside, outside. These are all one side and one side. It's kind of hard to make sense of what's happening here. You just draw the general shape. And add some negative space. Just some random line. Yeah, it's like weird. It's like if you put in lines where you see lines, and let's say you turn off the rendering, it just doesn't make too much sense. Just from the lines alone. Am I asking for too much? I feel like if you draw lines, let's say you draw lines like this to represent the hair, I feel like it should also be a little bit more, like you should just be able to tell, like kind of like this is one side and then it's kind of flipped over this way like this, and then this is the other side, and then you can even add more to try to get it to flip a few more ways. But if you have line art that already doesn't quite look like this, a lot of form in there, I'm struggling to understand how to think about it. Do you just put in lines and rely on putting colors later and just creating enough detail so that it doesn't matter too much which way is which? Because it's not really like your hair is a ribbon anyways, it's a bunch of strands that can be approximated as a ribbon. Trying to bite off more than I can chew, maybe? Maybe we should focus on just the front for now. 100% sure. Have a good night. Oh yeah, have a good night. I guess you're probably gone. Oh, let's take a break. Staring at the screen for a bit too long here. I need to find... actually... Yeah, what should I do in the meantime? Think about this. The focus is on hair. We could keep going for more different artists. Uma Tangent. Yeah, I came across this picture in my favorites back in 2021, and then I remember that I really liked this one. But the hair rendering is very reminiscent of Liduk. And okay, interesting. Oh, is this too spicy for YouTube? I'm just assuming they're not doing anything not safe for work. Let's see. Okay. It comes back to what kind of final vibe that I want to do. Is it going to be like Min? It's like super duper heavily reliant on lines. Well, not necessarily heavily reliant, but it's very present. Or is it going to be less significant? Oops. Oh, that's one brush on a specific layer mode. Gradients. A lot of line work. Very long lines too, not very bunched up. The hair is an interesting shape, actually, now that I looked at it. This is very bulged up. Top. Nice blur though, anyways. Sidetrack. Okay, maybe we should just give it a try. I'm gonna where's Amiya? I need Amiya for reference. Amiya. Okay. I don't know how this is gonna turn out. I'm a little bit tired, but let's say we start off with this. And we don't want to get the same kind of style for the hair. We just kind of want to freehand this without necessarily thinking too much about all the stuff we just did. And see what kind of stuff we end up with. And we focus on the front for today then. Let me just double check something. A little bit too tired for battle music from Blue Archive. We're gonna switch to something else. What would be good? Is Gura singing like copyrighted songs gonna get me copyright striked? How does that work? Maybe I'll try some other time after doing some research. Let's not get ourselves taken off the air today. Something that's a little bit more calm. Is Maple Story music gonna take me off? Okay. If Nexon is okay with Blue Archive going, maybe Nexon is okay with Maple Story music going. Oh my god, 2006. God damn it, dude. Alright, I need to change my music link here. Wait. Is Maple Story one word? It is one word. Oh. Is it one word? Oh my god. Anybody here plays Maple Story? Oh my god, dude. I feel like only... Does anyone even play it nowadays? You go to like Maple Story subreddit and you ask people, oh, this game looks pretty cool, should I play it? Everyone is like, no, do not play this game. Meanwhile, they're posting like, hey guys, I'm level 280 in like different posts. Here comes my bad habit. I need to draw really zoomed in. My tablet is sliding. I've been very good at keeping my tablet not falling for the past 2 streams. I'll try to keep that going. I have a limiter on my mic so it doesn't at least blow your ears out. But if it does happen, but I'm trying to make sure it doesn't. What pose is this? Just front. Slightly what? Slightly to the right? Slightly to the right. Yeah, Maple Story Rabbit Hole. I think people nowadays are just really angry about the management. Although I can't remember exactly why. I just remember I have a big idea that management is getting shit on. Oh yeah, they were like removing resources from the servers and stuff, and then things were lagging and people were crashing. It was very fun actually when the servers crashed. Because one server would go down. One channel would go down, and then like the news would spread, right? Because people have Discord and whatnot. And then they're like, oh shit, the purge is coming, the purge is coming. And then you start to see random channels start to drop. Like the number of players in the channel will start to go down. And then it's like, oh shit, it's coming. And then some servers, some channels for some reason would just not crash. And then everybody would gather in them. And it gets even more laggier in those servers. I keep calling them servers like channels. Wait, hang on. I gotta figure out what am I doing with the eyes exactly. Do I want to do a copy or do I not? Yeah, and then people will gather in those channels in like popular maps like Genesis, and someone will put like a dummy down, and then everybody will start attacking it and trying to crash the server. Trying to crash that one channel too. That's insane. Insanely fun. I have some videos of it actually. I tried to document it. Wait, is Amiya even looking at the viewer? Doesn't this eye feel like it's not really looking at the viewer? This is looking at us. This is kind of like looking at like whoop, over yonder. What is okay. Oh my god, dying. Keep going. I also kind of want to tie down my face proportions and whatnot. I've been very unstable here as well. What's her facial expression? She's just like, just like, Eyes are kind of far apart, I think. Still kind of far apart. Still feels kind of far apart. Maybe a bit more angle to this one. Nope. Let's do free transform and shift. I'm not gonna bother too much with the eye itself. Why can I not draw? Oh, what? Why am I in a folder? Anyways, I'm gonna clean up. I'm gonna up-res this in a bit, but so some rough. So something we can work with here. And then let's just try and craft out some hair. That looks really weird. Maybe give her a little bit of a neck. Oh, okay. Let me do it before I zoom. A random mark. Maple Story is great. Really good music. Over like almost 20 years now, and they're still delivering good music, which is kind of insane. My hand not responding. It's kind of soft. Let me bring it up a bit. Oh yeah. The hottest hits from 2006. Eyebrows. Oh, I see. These are the guidelines. Very confused about this facial expression. What is this facial expression? Doesn't mean we can't change it though. Let me see. Just do a generic happy face. And also the framing of the eyes. Actually, why am I being so particular about this? It's not really about the face here. Oh my god, this music reminds me of Free Market. Oh shit. Just camping in like Free Market, hoping like one of the person's stall will expire so we can get the spot. Does anybody play MapleStory? I feel like Sheffield, you probably play MapleStory based on your response. I don't know if anyone else does, but talking about MapleStory. Oh, just hearing stories. Oh my god, am I just talking to myself about MapleStory? Anyone? Please, does anyone play MapleStory? Okay. Before. Whoa, huge. The neck is also looking kind of thin. But let's just pretend we're not doing this. MapleStory remains till today that the only MMORPG I've ever played, I think. MMO just takes too much time. Okay. So she has one bundle in the middle, and then like this part here is actually interesting. It's not like this. It just goes like that. I don't know if it's because of the angle. Anyways, maybe let's try to render some hair and see how it feels. Yeah, MMORPG takes too much time. It can also never live up to what MapleStory was for me, because that's like my childhood, right? So you can't exactly replace what was felt back then. Can never get back the same magical feeling. So it just becomes like a huge time sink with no real reason to play it. Then we have the group here. Dragon Nest, wait. No, it's not. I was thinking of something else, probably. Let me do a quick search here. Dragon Nest MMO. Oh no, yeah, I've never seen this before. Oh my god, I really hurt my wrist eating ice cream today from the top. What the fuck? Holy shit. It doesn't hurt that I've been, doesn't help that I've been drawing for the past few hours either, yes. How long is this hair? It's about the end of the cheek. No, but it does continue, right? I don't know about this exercise I'm currently doing, because if there is a reference like this, even if I'm just trying to get the general shape, I feel like I'm really being led on. Let me get some other views here. What does the side view look like? Kind of grouped up like this, I guess. So this could come in a bit more, probably. Then does this even look like her? I don't draw Amiya too much. I don't think I've ever drawn Amiya actually, other than that one study. It was kind of bad. Okay. Dragon. Okay. Where do I go from here? What does the back go like? Ponytail? Okay. Do you even see it from this angle? Kind of hard to imagine. It isn't really that tall, like that high up either. So like from here. what can we do? We can try to split this hair up more. Alright, no looking, no looking, no looking. Alright, I'm gonna try it. Mia revived the years, yeah. Big years. Alright, my brain is blank right now with no reference. Completely blank. So I remember shapes you can cut in, you can have stuff come out. Maybe there's like some stuff that comes out here. I don't know if it fits Amiya's character necessarily. Same for these things. I'm just gonna do my autopilot here and see how it ends up. So I'm really starting to feel like how flat I tend to do things. Because, but even now I'm expecting... Maybe I can do something like this. It wasn't in the original design, but we could still do it to increase the patterns that we have here. And this comes in, right? So if it comes in, means I can branch off outside. Probably don't want to be so low because it changes the silhouette. Let's do the other side first. Let's do this side first. I remember nothing. Oh, I remember talking about doing this curve here today. And trying to keep the variations. I forgot who it was, but it was a Chinese artist that said that you have to be very aware of, you know, the 7 to 2 to 1 ratio thing. It was more like 70, 25 to 5. So you have one that's really big, one that's at 25%, and one that's at 1%. And then you want to do it not in the sequence of 1, 2, 3, but like 1, 3, 2, something like that. So in this case here, it's kind of like smaller, smallest, and large. I think we can probably make this a little bit bigger. I mean, it works, and also it doesn't necessarily have to be done either, though. And it kind of sort of pushes the silhouette a bit too much. But anyways, make this thinner, maybe. Yeah, probably overthinking this again. I don't remember some of the shapes that I've seen today. Try to use it. Let the hair come in on this side as well. A bit of overlap, but not a lot. Probably one more overlap. Maybe you can dump some here. Also, my lines are really thick compared to both of the artists that we did today. Just because I think the resolution of the canvas is a lot smaller than what I'm used to. What I'm usually using. So maybe we can do a cut here. Right, so this is the part that I kind of get stuck on. It's relatively straight group of hair. Like, how would you make more variations here. Like on the top, you could do like overlaps and stuff. Oh, also we could add in the lines. Let's see if we can add some lines here. So I remember there were a lot of lines in like in spots like here. At least for Modare, there's a lot. Modare, we. Probably the line thickness is not helping with the entire scene. Everything is very equally thick. We try to lower some of the thing. Oh, and doubling up the line seems to be very interesting visually. It seems to increase like the quality of it a little bit for some reason for me. Feels like it makes it a little bit more refined because it's like thin, but it's like doubled up. It feels very deliberate. Oh my god, the dungeon music. God damn, dude. What? Okay, can we get something better? Wait. This is a bit too oh my god, this video itself was posted 10 years ago. This is a little bit too 2006. Let's get something more recent. Oh, I know. I'm gonna try it. This is a channel called Pair Piano, and they basically do piano covers of MapleStory music. Hopefully it's not gonna be a problem. Oh, it's too long. Alright, here. Peace. Kind of like this. Feels a bit better. Feels a bit better. I do need to know. Okay, so I already have some gaps that I need to fill. So more overlaps, more ideas on how to deal with this. I don't know how to deal with this. Just kind of blend. Though we could just embrace the blendness and have the details be focused elsewhere. But I would like to know some techniques, some things that we could do in case we do need it. Don't want to be too passive here. And right now, looking at this as well, it feels like there's only two layers. There's only one layer that's the front set, and then there's these tails that sort of come down. Let's see what we can do to try and maximize, try to make it a bit more complicated. What else can we do here? Add another layer here, maybe? Yeah, but it changes the silhouette slightly though. I don't know if that's good. It's quite important to not break that. Min actually has a lot of these tinier, like, tips in the hair. A lot of tiny-ish detail. Actually, you know what? This is probably the limit of what we could do. Let's go back and compare with some of the stuff. See if there's anything else we can just add onto this. And if we repeat this process enough times, I think it could give us a little bit more of an idea of what we can do, cannot do. So talking about the straight stretch. Maybe it is just meant to be blendish. We don't have a lot of necessarily entirely straight stretches. It's all kind of curved. Lots of block. Right. The presence of the blue lines are very concentrated towards the tips. Face stretches will imply layering. Oh, this layering looks interesting over here. Can we do that? Wait, what? What's my layer? Ah. Hello? Disappearing. The layering was this kind of, because it was folding over the shoulders. In our case, we don't quite have that. What else can we do though? How about just add some miscellaneous things? Unknown? Question mark? What about Min? Good thing about Min, they do a lot of Amiya art. Potentially a lot of stuff to work with. Potentially. Like just the top part here. That is like a group. Up here. Kind of like, what about this part here? It's kind of like coming out here, maybe. More detail, yes. +1, +1. Damn, this part is crazy, bro. Why is this? It's like this. Oh wait, this response looked interesting. Wait, let me go back to what? Where is it? Min, please. That one is way down, right? It's this one. Right, so like, I'm starting to notice, I feel like Min doesn't have a lot of continuous straight stretches, like over here. This looks like a evenly width section that keeps going down, but it just collapses and then re-expands here. This part on Amiya's hair as well, lots of gaps in there, negative spaces. But this here, yeah, like this part here. So I guess if it's entirely straight, there isn't too much you could do. And it's probably in your best interest to leave it empty and then have other elements afterwards around it. So what does that mean for us here? So that means that what, this patch is straight, but you kind of add more around it to introduce complexity. Does this feel like it's more Min-like? It's gotten wider though, so either it's okay and it doesn't ruin the whole image in terms of the character's image, or you just have to plan that in and be aware of that beforehand. I think it is interesting though. You could do something like this. So this would be colored here, and this would be colored like this. This is a huge gap though. A lot of these things, it's not like I can't do them, it's just that I don't feel like it looks very aesthetically pleasing personally. You could definitely just keep adding more hair. So this part we kind of leave blank. What about the top? Overlapping. Where is my... I probably need better structure for referencing. We're learning a lot today about the process, not so much about the hair. I mean, about the hair too. But just do analysis is not enough. We're gonna have to try it. And then once we try it, we reach the limit of what we can do. And then we try and use the references to go a bit further and try to rationalize it so that we can use it next time, potentially. Also, I have a tendency to make this mass here. I would do stuff like... What would I do it? Yeah, stuff like this. So I need to be more aware and cut it in a bit deeper. Because stuff like that is a bit difficult. It implies a different type of hair, I think. And the rendering changes a little bit. Yeah, a lot of these shapes I just wouldn't make it because it looked kind of odd. Wait, it looks kind of flat in mine. But then so does this though, right? No, but this has one on top. This is kind of on top, and this is kind of below. Whereas mine is actually just on the same level. So how would I change this? I see this one path here. Maybe I could just borrow this and just go this way. And this gives me 2 levels. If I'm okay with the shape, that is. I don't quite like the shape though. Yeah, like... I think it's interesting. I think the fact that it's so difficult for me to ingest it in and just use the shapes is probably because I don't like it as much. I have to find my own sort of answer to this question. But these are still just more branching. Where are all my overlapping? Why does it feel so much more complicated? A lot empty spaces in the middle. So this block and that block and this block. There's space here. Do I have that? Or maybe I'm overthinking it. Maybe this is enough. Because this is also the same thing then. It's pretty straightforward. But this part here actually, once again, there's more details that comes out of the side here. So let's say on this side here. You might have like stuff that comes out. How though? Where does it come out from here? I cannot see what's happening. Okay. If you don't look at it too closely, it doesn't feel like it's that big of a deal. But if you aren't used to looking at it and you stare at it, it feels like a tumor over here. Just coming out like this. I feel like in the study I did for Min, I feel like I've seen similar shapes like this. Just being used to add details. I don't quite like it. Oh, and this is interesting too. It is purposefully on top. Dun, dun. Purposefully on top. The top itself also has more. Oh, and the sides. Look at the sides. Actually, never mind. Not too much. Not too much, not too much. So break out more shapes. What is my problem now? The problem now is that the way I'm doing it is not great. Okay. That's one try. Let's try some other characters. And I think probably Shiroko Terror. Because it's a bit more complicated now. Bonk, bonk, bonk. Oh, right, it's PNG. Oh well. It's just gonna be background's just gonna be black. Okay, this quality is not good. I need something better. Gallery. Open image, new tab. Expand. Copy. Okay, slightly bigger. Okay, slightly bigger. Guess I don't need the whole image. Tiny, tiny. Yep, I'm gonna probably end after this one. And basically, this is basically kind of how the streams will be like for a while, as I'm slowly working through each part. At the end, I'm gonna bring it together, bring it back into by drawing a few original images. I keep calling that images, illustrations. See how I feel about it, make some adjustments, and then draw more characters, make some adjustments, so on and so forth. I'm gonna try and schedule more, and try not to schedule it on the wrong time. which is very interesting. City map ではないか。But yeah, the proportions are gonna have to change here. It's a bit too. Yeah. A bit higher. And the angle is a bit more down. Should probably erase these. Fuck. Wrong brush. Okay. I'm gonna take over here. A bit wider. Oh, human years. Oh my god, I haven't drawn this in years. Feels like. Yeah, it doesn't check out. Thereabouts. Colorful. Rough placement, and then we switch. What about the eyebrows again? Okay, yeah. Just a little bit, maybe. Face is a bit longer. It's meant to be on purpose, but it's not my usual style, so it looks kind of weird to me. Not what we're here for, though. We're here for the ear. Alright, let's get the grouping first. So, it looks kind of off-center, the origin. The main groups. Maybe another one underneath here. And then oh, I just realized she has the 2 sets of ears thing. Dang. I feel like they should just commit. Like if it's Kemomimi, they should just not draw human ears. Who commit? Hit push dash force. Wow, this is very big. This hair. Where does it go? How do we like past the neck? Somewhere here. Something like this. And then the hair here sort of flows down the shoulder. I do need the ears for placement though, just to check. Just ignore these later. Kind of like this. And then we get the cutoff here. Oh. That's a wall. Bonk. Mouth looks kind of weird to me. Anyways, let's ignore that. Okay, so we have the basic structure here now. And just like before, I'm gonna try and draw without looking at anything. And because I know that my brush size was too big before, I'm gonna tone it down a bit. 4 hours and 39 minutes. Right, no looking. Okay. So do whatever and then try to make it interesting. And try to go for a double layer here. Or is that too noisy? I want to go for more overlaps this time. And so previously this was just hair brushed over. It wasn't like the hair was tied and pulled back. So how would it look if there's like a single strand that's loose? Like this, right? That's what it would look like. Okay. Yeah, I don't like the shapes. I don't like the lines. Ugh. Too blend. Looks too blend. Maybe I can break it out a little bit more. Ooh, that looks... Not sure if it makes sense, but definitely more visually interesting. Tone down this a bit. Since we're on the topic of overlap, I'm just gonna bring this one line on top of the ones behind it. And what was going on here again? So there was a block that comes out here, which was... I cannot tell. Is this the head? No, it's not. Okay, so there's a block underneath, and then there's a block on top, and a block on top of that. So what is going on here then? Where is this hair going? If it's just free flowing, let's just do that for now. Not make it too complicated because the top is gonna get messy. We can have like a mini one, right? A mini pop-up kind of hair shape. The one on top has to be on top. No, it doesn't have to be, right? That was the reference, but I can do whatever the hell I want. Yeah. More shapes. Trying to get the lines thinner, the hair thinner. She has that elegant sort of longish sort of vibe. Very tall, very slender kind of vibe. But I don't want to just be putting a bunch of random lines. I still want to be aware of the block, the exact block of hair that we're going for. How would I resolve this part? This looks too jarring. Looks kind of basic. Basic. Don't like this specific shape. Should I care too much? How about I learn to not care so much and just try to break it up then? It doesn't flow though. It should flow from here. I don't like this. This is so long, this part. Cancel it. Maybe not break the ship in the middle. Ooh, confused. Let me think. I think this changes the silhouette too much. I'm gonna peek the original. I see it comes over this way. I misread my own lines, but I'll be helped. This way, huh? Oh, door. Yeah, there's another big part to this is the way that the hair's supposed, the way that we're gonna render it. We cannot fully commit to a specific way of doing all the lines and stuff until we also give the rendering some thought. Some are not exactly very compatible, I feel like. Might be too noisy here. We'll see how it goes. I don't want to get stuck here forever. Okay, I don't have a good enough understanding of this character's hair. Yeah, it wasn't a complete flat block. Okay. Need to branch this out more. So this is the 132. Thinner, wider, and then a little bit more balanced. Although I suppose we could get the gap a little bit more. Ding dong. Ding dong. I feel like this is the main silhouette of the character. It does feel a little bit too strong though. Give me that curve, bruh. Give me that curve, bruh. So the side here has a lot of stuff being stacked together. And general isn't too important, so I'm gonna just add a few random lines there. And I'm sure that no matter what kind of rendering we're gonna do, it's probably gonna be fine for the side. Got it? Cool. Right. Just a little bit of rendering on the ears. I vaguely remember the shape. Good enough. This is the last one of the day. I might as well fully render out the lines here. Yeah, the chin got shifted by accident. Oops. It's gonna change the whole vibe of it. Then the mouth is kind of important. Take note of the line weight. What is this mouth? What is this expression again? I'm not familiar with this emotion. What is this? Eyes always on a separate layer. Oops. I should draw it backwards. Yes, I'm not familiar with this emotion. Especially not after I gave her like the slight blush. Made things a little bit more complicated. The eyebrows are very interesting to draw. Like if you have hand pressure and then you turn on velocity as well, you can get like really thick on the sides and really thin in the middles if you control your brush properly. It makes things a little bit more interesting. A little bit more life. Although I think this might be a little bit too much. But it's okay. We keep. Significantly thicker though. Yeah, nah. No keep. Eyebrows are not very well aligned though. Dang, dude. Crap. I'm gonna try G-pen for the eyes here. Velocity or no? No velocity. Probably not 0. 0. No, we have to go 0. Later down the line, we have to figure out the sort of eye design that we want to go for with our characters, with our style. Yeah, I really got to figure out the overall vibe, the overall final direction of the style that we want to try to achieve, because it affects a lot of these things. You can draw a bit and then erase a bit to get sharper edges here. slightly off balance, I think. Went a bit too far. Alright, back. Back to hair, back to hair. What did this look like again? Oh, but it doesn't really matter. It's just the hair falling down. So, my brain is not working. Get the main shape out. Right, so this is a pretty straight stretch, but since it does have some curviness to it, we can make use of it to get a little bit more lines in this, and then make use of some of these to pull some lines out for some more details. Take note of the balance, not overdo it. What about this curve? Ignore it. Ignore it for now. And since it's the contour, I'm gonna go with a thicker line here. And then the edges here, I'm out of ideas. Because the back hair is pretty difficult. A lot of homework to do. Holy crap. I think a good objective way to decide on when when we can move on to the next sort of part would probably be something like, you know, within 10 minutes or within like 15 minutes, draw a satisfactory. I guess it's still satisfactory, so it's still kind of subjective. You can have like time tests and be like, oh, you gotta be able to do this, this, and this before you move on. This way it's a little bit less random. Sounds like a pain though, honestly. Oh wow, it ended? It's been an hour already? Been an hour? What? Almost done too though. We're almost gonna end. Before we end, let's check out the live stream and see what the hell they're doing. Oh wait, isn't it over already? What time is it? Line art versus lineless art. Which style should you choose? Oh, okay, so we're here.
Hey you! Yeah, you!
No, not me, bro. What? Oh shit, is it over? Dismiss. Oh yeah, it's over. Okay. Anything interesting happen here? Where's my chat? nothing spectacular. Last year, at least, they did like interviews at the food area. Anyway, let's watch the ending once I'm done with this nonsense. We still have a little bit of ways to go. Actually, you know what? We could call it. But before we fully call it, just add a few more lines here. I feel like here feels kind of empty. Alright, I'm just throwing lines now. I'm not even really thinking too much. This part looks so boring, this part here. But it could be a good contrast to the details here. And then it forces people to look here, maybe? And strats. Okay. This part looks kind of complicated enough, but we could still dump a couple of like thin double lines here. Let's call it. To be honest, it looks nicer than before, but until I actually am able to render this, I don't feel like this is very set. I've had cases where I draw a lot of lines, and when I render, it still feels kind of random. But in this case, I feel like I tried my best to be a little bit more aware of the sides. So there's one side here, and then the other side comes in as you sort of flip around here. This is like all one side, but we have one guy that comes out. So I feel like it should be better than my nonsense from before. But let's take it one step at a time. So we do lines now, and then we slowly get to rendering. Once I finish going through like the 100 pictures that I've shown you guys earlier today. What am I trying to do here? Right. Previously, for the Amiya one, we had very obvious areas that I want to fix. Kind of. Now, where do I want to fix? This part here, maybe. Let's take a look at what Modara did. Specifically... here. Mostly flat, it looks like. Oh, we have stuff that goes out. Interesting. Shoots out into space. Shoots out into space. Oh, and there's a lot of interesting stuff going on. Let me see. Oh, we have... So we have this line here that kind of touches the other edge and then comes back in. And then the other edge is kind of like this. So that exposes a little bit of a underside. So there's one more plane here now. But that's more than just doing this. Man, music is getting out of hand. Where is it? Not this. Bro. TP. I want to see both at the same time. How do I do that? How about I just do it like this then? Okay. So I'm not 100% sure what's up here. Oh, I should do it like this so it's cleaner. Okay, yeah, so this, I could also bring one down, but it's okay. This side here is only one group that's coming down here with one more line here, and this part is basically empty. We have a bigger block and it's empty space. I don't think mine is that bad either, though. Just trying to compare the difference to see what else we could have done. Just to be a bit more aware. Also, I'm looking at it and I just realized this is very one-dimensional, kind of like the Amiya one too. The side head that is coming down is just flat. So this part here is kind of like one plane here. I could try bringing stuff out from the back. Plus this is obviously not just one group in the front. Could be stuff in the back as well. But I'm not sure how the balance will work here. Let me see. Oh, oops. The angle's kind of different, so it's not 1-to-1. Tip, tip, tip. One more coming out from the back. Then I have like this thing that's coming from somewhere. I don't know if I'll ever be able to fix this part of myself. I'm trying to just make sense of everything, making sense of everything. It's counterproductive at this point to be constantly trying to understand. Yeah, trying to find a reason, physical reason why it's there. So basically there was more stuff from the other side, from the back. So we could have done that. We could have brought stuff through. Wait a second. This is the back hair showing. So what's on that side of the head then? Is there nothing like this? Because it should be continuous. Do we have like a right side view? Let me try and see if I can find another side here. Sure, I'll put her right side, right side. It should be completely covered, I think. No one has drawn the right side, interestingly. Oh, we have one. It's an AI. That's not helpful. You still see people nowadays like trying to hide that they're using AI. They'll just write a very, very tiny amount that's like diffusion plus touch-up or something like that. A singular word. And not even the full name, not even fully like stable diffusion. Yeah, I should be completely covered, I think. If that's the case, then why do I keep opening this thing? So if that's the case, we kind of have a gap here. I guess it's not helping the readability. I'm gonna put in some base colors real quick. That's too dark. How does this work? Here. 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 And then a little bit up there. Block. Okay. After color, she looks kind of naked, but good thing we don't have any lines around the body. But okay, and then on top, let's use like blue or something. So it's not gonna be very precise here. It's just here mostly just to see the shapes. Going. Right, and then what's happening here? Right, so that we have the front and then the back layer here. But that means right now this part here is empty. And between the front and back, there should be a few more. We should put a few more lines in just to represent the transition. Since I'm doing the colors, I might as well dump this in here. Real quick. So the front and the back separation. And I guess this is the side. My back isn't very complete here. Looking a little red in comparison, so I'm just pushing it. Okay. So that means we have space for stuff here. What does it look like? It's just coming down. How long is it? No idea, but it's like somewhere in between because it's transitioning from front to back. So some kind of length like this. Being able to see the tips makes it more interesting, so we'll just keep it on frame here, invisible here. What can I do here? Ooh. Ooh. Too thick. My brain is completely empty. Oof. What would the generous shape be like? Maybe something like this, right? Something. Something like that. And then if we were to break this up a bit more, this would be the inside. This would be inside. All this. This part here. This part here. Maybe up to this part, depending on where the light is coming from. So we will have a bit more details here. Cover most of this up so it doesn't get too noisy. We have some lines here, but not a lot. This part we'll try to keep clean. Something like this. So this part should take over the light. I have a little bit here. Yep, I'm definitely gonna have to look into the overall vibe so I know where I need to render, how I need to render here. Find a way to render and then commit. Something like this. Can't tell what my lines are doing anymore, but what was the original thing like? Oh, from the top down. Can't resist the airbrush. And then the cleanup. Gives it depths. Gives it a bit more detail here. Kind of reminiscent of what the Ask video was talking about. Gradient and paint over. Okay, this might be the last thing we do today. Okay, let me conclude this. What did we do today? So I talked about I yapped a lot of random shit about the plan. And the truth is that there is no real concrete plan. But one way or another, we're gonna try and focus on hair. And I was just complaining about the way that I do hair right now is too simple. Anyway, just to reiterate, I'm guessing there's probably new viewers anyways, but so currently the way I'm rendering hair is too haphazard, it's too random. It changes back and forth between between different images, depending on the references that I have. So this part of the plan is to try and stabilize it and trying to avoid stuff like this where it's just very flat, one color, one gradient, and then that's it. So that's the plan right now. Even this, it has a little bit more complexity to it, but it's still basically one layer. Like one layer not in terms of the layers I use in Photoshop or Clip Studio, but one layer in terms of the way the hair is laid out. So this front side will be one layer, this middle would be another, would be a second one, and then the third one would be the one in the back. In that sense. And then if you compare that to others, I think there's a lot more complexity. This is like one. This is kind of on top of this one. These guys here. There's interaction between the hair. Interesting. Yeah, but anyways. So figure out a way to improve complexity and then stabilize. And then we move on to the next one. Which would be head, whenever we get to it. In the meantime, by the way, for anyone who joined later, who just joined, this is basically the whole vibe that I'm... how do I say this? This is the research into which direction I want to work towards. So this is where I am. These are all the 100 something images that I've selected out of about 1,000, if not 2,000 bookmarks I've had for the past 5 years. I don't know if there's actually 1,000 or 2,000, but it does feel like it. It took like 2 hours to go through all of them. Just by like scrolling down at like really fast speed and stopping only at the ones I like. Yeah, relevant rather. Anyways, so next time hopefully I will have a more concrete direction, and then we'll carry on with the hair stuff. And then before I end, I just kind of want to take a look at the rest of the stream just to see what they did today, since we do have this available. I'm going to turn off my source link and the music link, and hopefully this is not too loud. Let me unmute the tab. Let me see what they're doing here. Wait, Sheffield, didn't you say you were going to the Yuki Festival? There's apparently going to be an Amiya statue over there or something.
イメージです。実際雪像ってもっとこう立体的にこう雪で作られる。
This is what is
ダル
supposed
マ
to be
の
made.
もっと成功のやつなので、
What's
これ
gonna
を
be
イメー
there?
ジとして可愛く作っていただく。
雪合戦の途中みたいなんですかね。雪玉持
ああ
ってるの
でもそうです。
かな。
なんかそれはそうですね。
手を丸めてんのかと思った。
いや、多分
いやこの間持ってました
境目があるんで、多分というか境目があるんで。
How does this?
そういう
How's it gonna work? Like they say there's
可
a
愛い。
後ろ
sculpture?
ボートの
Did they say it's a
マークのあれですか
sculpture?
ね
そうですね。ねぶたとかがいいよね。
残念。
そっか。明日聞きたい。
アーミア見ながらアーミアの声が聞けちゃうと。
I don't know
開催期間ですが、
what the specific
2025
nuance of
来
this
月
is.
2月4日火曜日から2月の11
雪
日
像
火曜日の祝日
Might be a
までとなっております 横山さんこれ会場は
Probably not made out of
どんな
snow,
場所
right?
なん
It
で
is.
すか
It's ice sculptures, if I remember
はい
correctly.
大通公園ってすごい、まあ、市街札幌の
February, huh?
すごい長い1丁目2丁目みたいな、そういうレベルで大きい公園がある。多分
いや
ここに境目があるんで、多分というか
Kokoro TV Tower. I've only seen
ま
YouTube
ずはま
videos
ず
of
見
it.
ていただきましょうこちらでございます5周年アニバーサリーミスティックセレブレーションキット
Naka.
5周年を記念したグッズのセットになりますセットの中には5周年アニバーサリーアートブックや特製オペレータ
So
ー
all of
ID
this is
カ
in
ー
the
ドライ
box.
トボックスやアクリルスタンドが含まれますでこの中に実は今日さっきご紹介したペペがいます
めちゃめちゃ。
なので
本当だ。
まあ、ネタバレ防止と言いますかちょっと朝一ではご紹介できなかったんですけどもっていうマグネットセットもねそうなんですよ今回のイベントっぽいデザインになっているので
What is this supposed to be
設
for?
定資料集とかとは別の、
はい
まあ、イラスト集っていう感じ。
欲しい。
ライトボックスって何ですか？
ライトボックスは多分光るやつだと思います。実は僕もちょっと見て
Oh,
ない
I see. They're saying this thing is like a box that lights
ア
up.
クリル系なんです
That would be really
なんか
cool
透
if
けてる感
if
じが
that's the case.
ありそうな感じがするので、
裏表ってこと？
で裏表なんかこの多分それぞれが奥行きが透けて見えてるんで。
So this is art book.
サンプ
This
ル
is
通りだ
ID
と多分
card.
ちょっとこう
This is
半透明
magnet
な
set.
感
This
じ
is postcard. A light box and acrylic stand.
雰囲気が
On this box that I do not know how you're supposed to get. I don't know if they're
ボ
selling
ックス
this.
自体も可愛いですね。
I'm gonna go back a little bit just to figure out.
ねまあ、じゃあまずは見ていただきましょうこちらでございます
Mm,
コーナーですが、タイトルコールを
It's really hard to click because it's so.
はい
It's 8 hours long.
アーミアのナレーションを聞いてノベルティをもらって全力で楽しんでいただきたいと思います続きましてグッズ情報ですグッズ今日ズッチオープニングで
たくさん紹介しましたね
タニちゃんもね紹介しましたよねであんなに紹介したのになぜここで紹介するのかというとちょっとねまあじゃあまずは見ていただきましょうこちらでございま
Okay,
す
they're not saying what is
5周
for.
年アニバーサリーミスティックセレブレーションキット、5周年を記念したグッズのセットになりますセットの中には5周年アニバーサリーアートブックや特製オペレーター ID カードライトボックスやアクリル
Let me
スタンド
search
が
this
含
up
ま
real
れま
quick.
す
I want to see
で
where is
この
where
中
is
に
this the
実は今日さっきご紹介したペペがいます
めちゃめちゃ。
なので、
本当だ。
まあ、ネタバレ防止と言いますかちょっと朝一ではご紹介できなかったんですけどもっていうマグネットセットもねそうなんですよ今回のイベントっぽいデザインになっているので
設定資料集とかとは別の、
はい
まあ、イラスト集っていう感じ。
I can't find it on Google, bro.
ライトボックスって何ですか？
ライトボックスは多分光るやつだと思います。物は僕も
I literally cannot find it online. But you just have to wait. I think they're
ア
gonna
ク
talk
リル
about
系なん
it.
です。なんか透けてる感じがありそうな感じがするので、
裏表ってこと？
で裏表なんかこの多分それぞれが奥行きが透けて見えてるんで、サンプル通りだと多分ちょっとこう半透明な感じ。
いやでもやっぱ
はい
アートブックが一番ね嬉しいですね。
It sounds like people are saying that you
という
can
こと
buy
で
it
です
though.
ね5周年アニバーサリーミスティックセレブレーションキットの発売が決定しましたご覧ください、
Oh, okay.
じゃんアー
Wait,
フト
no,
は
what?
ヨスターオフィシャルショップをご確認いただきたいと思います、セレブレーションキット、ぜひですね楽しみにしていただきたいと思いますこちらについて詳しくはヨスターオフィシャルショップをご確認いただき
Okay, they're telling you to go Yostar's official shop to double check. I'm gonna see if I can find it right now. So I'm guessing. Yeah, everyone's talking about how it's gonna be really scary to to ask about the price. Oh, they have the capsule nonsense too. Anyways, let me see if I can find a box here. Wait. They did say Yosta's official store, not like the anniversary store, so I don't know if it's here. Doesn't look like it's here. They don't have a link to the official website. Oh. Oh, I'm blind, bruh. タイトルから探すカテゴリー集イラスト。モバイルドキュメント、文具タール。ないんだけどね。どっち Hang on, I have the search term. ない。Let's see Arknights. Let's just do kit. Oh, this is, I think this is the one. 5th anniversary Mystic selection kit is 1100. Oh, but bro, I guess it's getting late. I'm just dying here. It's like $100. It's supposed to be sold, I guess, in 5 days. It's not too bad. It's not too bad. It's only $100. I mean, with the current exchange rate, it's not even $100, right? Oops. It's only 80. So 70. God damn, dude. Brain dead. It's only gonna be sent in June though, and I'm guessing you can only buy this in Japan. Do they allow shipping overseas? I don't think so. Does Yosta have a non-Japanese website? Let me check. Yep. Is Yosta a Japanese company? Wait, I'm not 100% sure now. They don't have a language switching, so yeah, you might need to get like friends. Yosta global shop. Need some Japanese friends. Official store. Wait, let me double check. 107 products. The fact that it's not right up at the top is already very concerning. That means it's probably not available. Wait, buy there? Like as in like in Japan or? Oh, you mean like this shop? This is a cute drawing of Rin. Oh, it's a mouse pad too. Not in the shop? Okay. Yeah, I want this. What is this tape? Wash tape. What does that even mean? It's selling random stuff. Let's go back to the thing. What else are they selling?
続いてこちらの発売が決定しました。ご覧ください。じゃん。アークナイツ世界観設定集大地の巡る神です。すごい。はい、ちょっと前に美術設定集ボリューム2が発売されましたけれども、もう満を持して世界観設定集が登場ということで、
かっこいいな。
超分厚そう。
いや、これ本当に楽しみ。
I hope it wasn't too loud.
の成り立ちみたいな。
本当だ。すごい超欲しいのこれ。
そうなんですよ。
Are they gonna show us what's inside?
これを見たら今我々が謎に思っているあれこれがもしかしたら解明されるんじゃないかとなってしまう。
すごっ。
うわ、楽しみ。
めちゃくちゃ欲しい。
歴史の教科書みたいな。
いや、本当にペラの歴史を紐解く教科書になるんじゃないかと思うので。
Alright, they're just saying random stuff.
まだ知らされてないんで。
もしかしたら解明
They're saying it's like a history book.
というところをね、ちょっと期待しちゃいますよね。はい。
I'm going broke. Yeah, no, it's for a good reason, for a good cause. Right? For a good cause, it's a for a good cause.
気になる。
確かに分厚ければ分厚いほど嬉しい。
いやほんと
分厚ければ
But it is really thick, though, this book.
この手のやつない
This book is really thick.
ね
そうなん
I'm
です
actually
よ
very
ぜ
interested in
ひ
this
こ
book
ちら
now.
ですね皆様すごく楽しみだと思いますけれども現在鋭意制作中ということで
It's still being
続
made,
報をお
so
待ちいただきたいと思います
they don't have a release date yet.
という
So
ことで
maybe
まあ
maybe it's
ここまで
next year
様々
that
な
you'll be
情報
broke.
盛りだくさんだったんですが実はですねまだ終わりません
なんだと
Yeah,
ま
hopefully.
だ終わらないんですよまあ大事な情報がねやっぱりあるんですよ
It's very useful. I need it. I need to know what they did
小山
behind
さ
the
ん
scenes.
あるんですよね
あります
Alright, let's not hear them talk. I'm not too interested.
いやあります
はいお願い
ケイさん
しても
行きます
言いましょう
知って分か
Oh,
っ
what
て
is this?
チェンさんと私たちの思いは同じだって振り返らないって忘れるってことでしょ私みんなのことを覚えていたい文月さんと約束しました必ず連れて帰ると
今さらおじけついたのかチェンフェイゼ
君に教えてきた剣士の意志をこの手で奪いたくはない
ロンメンにはお前が必要なんだ新しくなっていくこのロンメンに全ての罪に終わりがあるならば歩み続けようその最果てで私は彼女を待つ
I guess it's season 2.
はい、ということでご覧いただきました初公開のテレビアニメ第3期アークナイツライズフロムエンバーの
3期
最新情報をご覧いただきました。
Is
会
third
場内ではね
season?
大きな拍手が湧き上がりましたが、めっちゃすごかったですよね。ありがとうございます。鳥肌だった。
もうヨースターピクチャーズさんの本気の本気ですよ
あー本当に
Thanks for coming.
楽しみすぎるんですけども、横山さん最後
see you guys
2025の
next
数字
time.
見えましたが、
はい
ということは
そうですね一応今回でPV の最後で記載した通りで、はい、でこの PV もそうっていうところもあるので、まあ、約1分ぐらいの長いやつを作ってほしい、でかつ今のも3期から初公開となるカットを使用したもので、でもなんていうんでしょうこう映画の予告編とか以外そういう映像を用意してほしいっていうと思いますところなんですけども、
いやほん
いやー気になりますよね
気になる。
何も話さない応援を楽しみにしててください
わかりました。楽しみにしてます。ぐぐぐぐ。はい、ということでですね、まだズッチは何も教えてくれないのでいつかズッチがきっともうちょっとしたら語ってくれるんじゃないかと思いながら楽しみに待ちたいと思います。それまでね、皆さん
I'm
ぜひ
gonna skip past all the talking because I don't have the energy to translate everything. And
5周年
oh yeah, you can get free shit.
ございます。
Can I get free shit now?
作戦記録30
I had to change stuff to Japanese servers last time. What did I do last time?
路面
なんか僕たちがね頑張って45分かけてねゲットした5万ロメン兵
あれその
あ
話しちゃいます。
れそれ上回っちゃったんですか
I'll see if I can get it in my
ね
account.
上回ってあまり
Uh-oh.
させていただきます。
Nice light, bro.
改めまして再度のお知らせです。冒頭で紹介した配信
So follow
で
their
キャンペーンですが、まだ番組終了まで間に合いますので、
And then
ぜ
what?
ひ皆さんハッシュタグアークナイツ5周年 SP をつけてポストしてください。参加いただいた方の中から抽選で合計10名様にフィフスアニバーサリーフェスキービジュアル英語アクリルスタンドをプレゼント。はい、生放送ポストをリスポストすると抽選で5名様にフィフスアニバーサリーフェスキービジュアル英語アクリルスタンドをプレゼント。そして
Oh,
ハ
I
ッ
see,
シ
I
ュタ
see,
グ
I see.
アークナイツ
5
5周年
周年
SP をつけて投稿すると抽選で5
Oh,
名
I
様
see.
にも
It's
プレゼ
probably
ント
over by now,
合
right?
計10名様へのダブルチャンスプレゼントとなっております。
生放送するまで
そして
it's
ステージの
over.
対象となるハッシュタグはハッシュタグ
You just
ア
post
ー
the
クナイ
link
ツ5周年
and
SP となります
of
ので
this
皆
current
さ
stream.
んあともうちょっとです。
And then they will find 5 people, or you can put this tag, and then you send a comment.
よろしくお願いいたします。
And then you get this
ありがとうございます。
thing.
素晴らしい。
What is that thing?
完璧です。
Anyways, but it's over because it's only until the stream.
あすごい
end of the
はい
stream, which is already ended.
Day1 のステージプログラムは以上で終了となります。また
Okay,
明
that's all.
日 Day2 についても5周年の振り返りやアークナイツレポートなどさまざまなステージプログラムをご用意しております。はい、ですのでね、ぜひ明日も楽しみにしていただければと思います。明日は朝10
Arknights report 5周年は Ah, okay, so it's on the second day that they do the live reporting from the event. So it's gonna be around this time, which is gonna be around what, 7:45 for me. Interesting. I don't know if I should do a stream just for this tomorrow. Arknights music special stage, okay. I don't know what this is. I guess it's the name.
10時、今日と一緒です。朝10時から配信およびステージ開始となりますので、よろしくお願いいたします。ね、明日のすすめでまたギミックだったりとか、もろもろ見れそうな雰囲気を先感じ。はい、
みんなも一緒に。
はい、皆さんも一緒に。
せっかくなら。
もしよろしければちょっと皆さん立ってやれたらいいなって思ったりして。なんなら前出ますか？
出ますかじゃあ。
はい、
出て大丈夫だと思いますね。
はい、じゃあちょっと皆さん
カメラさんが撮ってくれる。
はい。
真ん中に行かなくていいですか？
大丈夫。Anyway, they're trying to wrap it up. I'm not sure what it's trying to do here.
緑川さんのお声で締めていきたいと思っております。ぜひ皆さんも、そして配信を見ている皆さんも最後に一緒にポーズをしていただけるととっても嬉しいです。では緑川さんお願いいたします。
はい、じゃあ行きますよ。アークナイツフィフスアニバーサリーフェス。
せーの。
With you。
ありがとうございました。
The crowd is like, the crowd is so tired. Interesting. They named the fourth one for you, and then they named the fifth one with you because it sounds like fifth, I guess. GG. Oh, sponsored by Pizza Hut. No, wait, that's not what that means. Anyways, I'm kind of tired. We're almost nearing 6 hours of streaming. Holy crap. It's 5:40 exactly. And, oh. Wait, that's me. Why do I see my own stream here? I didn't change my thumbnail. I kind of forgot about this. Alright, I have to fix that. But thanks for coming, guys. I'm also gonna drop off here. We'll continue with more stuff next week. I'm also gonna potentially add one more stream on Wednesday. But anyways, yeah, thanks for coming. And I'll see you next time.